ଶୁଣନ୍ତୁ ଜଏନ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ।
The number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try later.
हेलो हाँ हाँ मैडम आज्ञा मैडम आसतु हेलो आज्ञा ଆପଣ ୟୁଟ୍ୟୁବରେ ଯୋଉଟା ଗୋଟେ କଣ ଖୋଲା ଅଛି
नहीं ମୁଁ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଜଏନ୍
ୟୁଟ୍ୟୁବରେ ଚାଲୁଛି
ତମେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଜଏନ୍ କରିବ ଟିକେ ଦେଖିବ ତ କେମିତି ଜଏନ୍ ହଉଛି
ହଁ କିଛି ଲୋକ ଇଏ ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ ଆସିଲେଣି ଆମେ ତ ଆକ୍ସେପ୍ଟ କରିବା ଏବେ ନା
10ଟାରୁ
ହଁ ସେ ହଁ ଠିକ ଠିକ ନା ଆମେ କଥା ହେବା ଧର
people have entered okay
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ହଁ ଗଡେ ପୁରା ରେଡି ଆଉ
ମାଷ୍ଟ ବାନ୍ଧେ
ଦେହ ଭଲ ଅଛି ବାପା ତ ଦେହଟା ଭଲ ଅଛି ତ
ହଁ ହଁ ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ ମୋ ଜ୍ୱର ପୁରା କମିଯାଇଛି
ଯା ଠିକ ଅଛି ଆଉ ଅଶୋକ
କିନ୍ତୁ ମାନେ କିଛି
ଗୋଟେ
ଖାଦ୍ୟର ସ୍ମେଲ ଆସୁନି କିଛି ପିଲା କିଏ ଟିକେ ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ ଆପଣ ଟିକେ ଖାଲି ଇଏ ବି କରୁଥିବେ ଯେ ଇନ୍ କେସ୍ हेलो हेलो हेलो
ମୁଁ କଥା ହଉଛି
हेलो मैडम
ମାନେ ଏମିତି ଠକ ଲୋକ ବିହାରର କହୁଛି ମୁଁ ଜଏନ୍ କରିଛି ଆଉ ତମେ ତ ପର୍ସନାଲ ଫିଡବ୍ୟାକ୍ ପଠେଇଦବ ଆଉ ଏମିତି କହୁଥିଲେ।
मैडम
ହଁ କହ ଶୁଭୁଛି ମତେ।
ये जो ये मैडम जॉइन कले कि रश्मि मैंने कौन ये मैडम सरस्वती मैडम स्मृति मैडम
ଏଇଠି ଖାଉଛି
ओ खाओ अच्छा
ଏଇଠି ଖାଉଛି ମୁଁ ଟିକେ ସେଇ ଯୋଉ ଭର୍ଚୁଆଲ ବ୍ୟାକଗ୍ରାଉଣ୍ଡ ଟା କଥା
आज्ञा मैडम आज्ञा ये जो ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ କଥା ହେଉଛି କ'ଣ କହିଲେ
ହଁ ସେ ଯୋଉ ଭର୍ଚୁଆଲ ବ୍ୟାକଗ୍ରାଉଣ୍ଡ ଟା ଶିବୁନ କହୁଥିଲା ମୁଁ ଟିକେ ଦେଖେ ଏଇ ଗ୍ରୀନ୍ ଟା ହବନି
ये जो गेस्ट मानू टिके आपण ये करथिबे धर इन केस जदी जॉइन करिवे हम संग संग एक्सेप्ट करिवा
ये कौन एमती ହେଇଛି
ଆପଣଙ୍କ ବ୍ଲାକ୍ ବୋର୍ड जो ଅଛି ସେ ବ୍ଲାକ୍ ବୋର୍ड ପାଖରେ ଯଦି ରଖିଥିବେ
ରହ ମୁଁ ଦେଖୁଛି
हाँ हाँ मैडम एटा तो एटा पूरा ओके एटा पूरा ब्लू स्क्रीन हाँ हेला मैडम अरे बढ़िया ହେଲା ତ
ହେଇ
ହେଇଗଲା
ହେଲା ବଢିଆ ଆଉ ତାହେଲେ ଶୁଣ ଗୋଟେ କାମ କର ଇଏ ତୁ ଟିକେ ସ୍କ୍ରିନଶଟ ଏଇ
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ଯୋଉ ଆମର ପିପିଟି ଟା ଅଛି ତାର ଫର୍ଷ୍ଟ ପେଜ ର
ହଁ ହଁ
ସ୍କ୍ରିନଶଟ
ହଁ
ଟିକେ ଇମେଜ କରିକି ପଠା
ଫଟୋ ସାଙ୍ଗେ ଫଟୋ ସାଙ୍ଗେ
ତାହେଲେ ମତେ ଏଇଠି ବସିବାକୁ ପଡିବ ସ୍ମୃତି ଏଇଠି ଚାର୍ଜିଂ ପଏଣ୍ଟ ଅଛି ମୁଁ ତାହେଲେ ଏଇଠି ବସୁଛି ହେଲା ହଉ ତାହେଲେ ଚାର୍ଜ ମାଇ ଗଡ ଅବିକା ସଫା କରିବି ଏଗୁଡା ବସିକି କୋଉଠି ଏ ଯୋଉଠି ବସିଲେ ବି ରଖିବାକୁ ପଡିବ ନା
ସମସ୍ତେ ତ ଆସିଛନ୍ତି ବୋଧେ अरे हम तो ऑल इन वन है बाथरूम क्लीनर बाथरूम स्वीपर सब
मैडम से ग्रुप रे मु पठेली चेक करନ୍ତୁ
मारे किसी झाड़ी बिस्मिति कहलो आपण सुनंदु आपनको चेयर टा भिडिकी सेठी नहीं जानदु गला सतला काम खाली ऊपर टा कोन करी से टेबल जेटिक के लैपटॉप रखले खाली
मैडम ମୁଁ अपलोड କରିଦେଲି ठीक ଅଛି ठीक देखिए मोर तो कहीं होनी ताले मोर बैकग्राउंड है जाता ओडी मत भल लागे
आपण के नोके ना पॉइंट
मोर तो कहीं होनी ताले मोर बैकग्राउंड है जाता ओडी मत भल लागे
किलो
वीडियो टा ଟିକେ ମୁଁ ବନ୍ଦ କରେ
ହଁ ଆପଣ ଭିଡ଼ିଓଟା କଣ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଏଗୁଡ଼ା ସବୁ ଆମର ଚାଲିଛି ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ୍ ଏଥିରେ ଯେଉଁ ୟୁଟ୍ୟୁବରେ
यूट्यूब पे चलছে
ହଁ ହଁ
अच्छा यूट्यूब लिंक टा भी शेयर କରିବାକୁ ପଡିବ ମନେ ରଖ
ମୁଁ ଅଲରେଡ଼ି ସେୟାର କରିଦେଇଛି ଆପଣ ଟିକେ ଆଉ ସେଇ ଗ୍ରୁପ୍ରେ ବି ଆପଣ ସବୁଗୁଡ଼ା ସେୟାର କରିଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ସବୁ ଗ୍ରୁପ୍ରେ ପୁରା କପି କରିକି ସବୁ ଗ୍ରୁପ୍ରେ ଏକାଥରେ ପଠେଇ
କାର୍ଡ ହେରା पे ପଡିବ
already 10 we are only 30 minutes to go
ये ଜୁମ୍ ର ରେକର୍ଡିଂ ଟା ଏବେରୁ କରିବୁନି ତ ବେକାର ଲାଗିବ
ନା ସେଟା କରୁନି ୟୁଟ୍ୟୁବଟା ଚାଲିଛି ସେଟା କିନ୍ତୁ ଜୁମ୍ କରୁନି
देखी ଏମିତି କହିବି ଭାଇ ଡକ୍ଟର ଏଇନା କାଲି ମୋ ବେତନ କଲ ଆଗ ସେ ଇଏଟା କରିବି ଆଗ ବେତନ କରିବି
आगे कोर्ट का आगे कोर्ट भी वेलकम कर दे
କୋଟ କରିବି ତାପରେ ବେତନ
कोर्ट
କରିବି
भी वेलकम करिवे हां
ରମା ଦେବୀ କିଏ ଗୋଟେ କିଏ ହେଲେ
सर मौसम आज अच्छी ना सी
ହଉ ମୁଁ ହେଇଗଲି ରେଡି
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ଗୋଡ଼ ରଖିବା ପାଇଁ କିଛି ନାହିଁ
ଗୋଟେ ଅରୁଣ ସାହୁ ତାଙ୍କର ଗୋଟେ ମିଟିଂ ଅଛି ସିଏ ପୁରା ସେ ଖାଲି ସବୁ ଗ୍ରୁପ୍ ଟୋଟାଲ ଛାଇ ଦେଉଛନ୍ତି
ଓ ଏଠି ୱିଣ୍ଡୋଟା ଅଛି ସେଇ ପାଇଁ ବୋଧେ
ନା ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଇଏ ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ୍ ମୁଁ ସେ ଫଟୋଟା ପଠେଇଲେ ଆପଣ ଟିକେ ସେ ଫଟୋଟା ସେଟିଂ କଲେ ଶୀଘ୍ର କରନ୍ତୁ ଅନ୍ଧାର ଟିକେ ହେଉଛି ଏମିତି ଆଜ୍ଞା
ନା आज्ञा सर आज्ञा सर तू कोथरे पठेलु रे
माने से हम एथरे हम
कौन
ए जो ग्रुप है
महेंद्र सर आसी गलेनी
आज्ञा मु सर मु तले जॉइन कर दउ
हां हां सर आसन सर एटा केमिति नेबी
आज्ञा
वर्चुअल बैकग्राउंड कोठु नेबी वर्चुअल बैकग्राउंड टा कोठु नेबी ऐड प्लस प्लस
आज्ञा हां
ऐड इमेज
आज्ञा
इमेज टा कोन डाउनलोड कर ली
ये मैडम जो फोन हमर हाँ हाँ ये ड्यूटी पाई जो उठी चूज वर्चुअल बैकग्राउंड से जाके से जो प्लस टा से प्लस
राइट राइट मु आगे तो एटा को मते डाउनलोड करिया पड़बो ना
5 people entered the voting room आस्ते आस्ते आसबे आओ
केते हेले
ए मात्र 5 जण माने से जो माने से अति चालाक एउडा जोड़े जॉइन करछन कोन टाइम 10:30 10 माने माने
इमेज डेस्कटॉप नहीं डेस्कटॉप पे तो देखो नहीं
अच्छा गोटे काम करंतु आपण WhatsApp टा खोल दो ना एथरे जो ना आपण केमति ताको फोटोटा कॉपी केमति करिवे
फोटोटा तो मु डेस्कटॉप रे सेव करिछि तो देखौनी
ना देखिबो ना
मु पहिला सेव करली ए फोटोटा
नहले जो हावड़ा ब्रिज टार अछि आपण माने जो पछरे सेटा आसीबो
एटा पर व्हाट्सएप इमेज करिछि मु व्हाट्सएप इमेज
मैडम टिके अन्य थे हमर काले गेस्ट माने आसिकी जीवनी कौन ना कि आसना मु भी देखु
कोन है जे
मु कहले गेस्ट माने आसले कि कौन टिके खाली जस्ट माने होची माने मार्क करथिबे बाकी हाँ आपण कहीदेवे जे टिके धर गेस्ट मान को मु संगे संगे अनम्यूट करदेले मु समस्त म्यूट करदेले समस्त म्यूट हो जिवे आपण संगे संगे सेठी सब चेक करदेवे जे आपण म्यूट अछन कि अनम्यूट अछन आपण टिके माने गेस्ट
फोन टा हमर ऑन है कि थाउ कथा वार्ता करिया पे सुविधा हम
हाँ ना फोन तो अछि आज्ञा आपण गेस्ट मान को टिके कहीदेवे जे संगे संगे से माने से म्यूट हो मु जो म्यूट ऑन करदेवी सब म्यूट हो किंतु तांको कहबे जे से माने टिके अनम्यूट करदेबे बोली हला का जे तू कोस्ट वे से माने देखे
को करके रे रवि ए गणेश एटा तो
ना
मिलुनी
सुन आपण माने सुन आपण सेही जो फाइल टाकू गोटे डेस्कटॉप रे गोटे ना गोटे लिखि सेव कर देना
करिली प्रा
सेव कले बस एबे एबे आपण से जो चूज वर्चुअल बैकग्राउंड रे आपण प्लस को जान ऐड इमेज को जान
इमेज टा कहीं इमेज डेस्कटॉप पे तो करथिली कोन नाही रा
एबे डेस्कटॉप रे चेक कले टिके
हाँ 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 एबे आसला रा तो एबे मु जिबी वर्चुअल बैकग्राउंड हाँ आसिला
हाँ ओके वेरी गुड एटा आसला बस
कोन आसुची
एटा आपण को विंडोटा आछे ओ टिके कटि आ टिके आपण एडजस्ट कर दियन माने आपण आ टिके एमती जस्ट टिके एमती आग को टिके आग को एमती 8टा लोक आस चलेनी मैडम
मित्ती कोन करबी टिके कुहा देख ये होनी ये चली आसुची मो बहुत वाइड अच्छी ना एतिकी रे रहूची वाइड अच्छी ना बुझ पारेनी
सेतिक आसु मैडम भी चलुची टिके बाकी हाँ हाँ ना हलानी
ना ए जगहटा एरियाटा कहीं अच्छा
अच्छा ठीक गोटे विंडो अच्छी तो विंडो टी अच्छी आपण टिके आउट जदी हम
ना नो तो बेसी
ना ना एमती नो
सेई विंडोटा ना विंडो हेले तो हबनी ग्रीन बैकग्राउंड दरकार
ମାନେ ନା ଆପଣ ଯେତିକି ଥିଲେ ଆଗରୁ ସେତିକି ଥାଏ ठीक है
ସେଇଟା ଆମେ
ଶୁଣନ୍ତୁ
ପାଖକୁ ନେଇ ଆସିବି କି
हाँ 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 बस 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 सही 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 मैडम इतनी बस इतनी तब ओके
ठीक अछि
हाँ
ଏଠି
से
ଅଛି
डेटा नो इतनी केवल से इंटरनेशनल वेबिनार रो नाटा तो आसु
एमती आसी हां ठीक अछि जाके वो कोबरा ठीक है कोबरा मेकअप कर दिया କହିଲି ଯେ one of the pillars of वो पूरी है वो पिलर को खाया जाते हैं
अच्छा ये सोनालिका का ये जो असला है हेलो मैडम
अरे बाबा का हमें कोबरा
सोनालिका मैडम का ये जो असला है
आती बात बता
अच्छा मैडम आमर ऑलरेडी 14 जन जन आसले सी अच्छी माने वेटिंग रे अच्छन से माने मैं जॉइन करेबा आउ
अरे बाबा के रहो
आगे आजा
वो मत मारते देखा तो सही गाड़ी ये आप हो गई थी और तो कोई नहीं ज्वाइन करके हो गई अब तो आपको एक पार्टी करती है ओके ठीक है तो ना प्राइवेट करती है ये वो किससे कर रहे हो आओ वो कॉम्प्लीट है सर आपको कोई खाली फीडबैक आप दिया करो ଆମର ପିଲାଟା ଆଉ ଫିଡବ୍ୟାକ୍ କଣ କରି କଲେ ଚଳିବ ଏ କଣ ହେଇଛି ଏଲକେ ଶୁକ୍ଲା ଏ ଭାଇ ସବୁ ଜଏନ୍ କର ଭାଇ ବାଗ ଦେଖାଗଲି ତରେ ସ୍ମୃତି ଠିକ ଦେଖାଯାଉଛି ନା ଯାହା ଦେଖାଯାଉଛି ଆଉ କଣ ଆଚ୍ଛା you should not take up a chance phone रो WhatsApp नहीं नहीं होगी मेरे फोन रो ये कनेक्ट करके ये नहीं हाँ लैपटॉप ऑन करो अरे फिर हमें कल स्मृति तुम्हें जाओ पढ़ो तुम्हें सारे में सारे पढ़ाओ स्मृति सीरियसली कोचिंग तुम जाई परिबनी हो तमे पछे सेठी जॉइन करि जिवो जो बटे जाउछ पळाओ एना तार अछंती सांगरे ना प्लीज फोन टा सांगरे रखो इयरफोन टा रखो सांगरे गेंजी की गोटे पटे बी इन टच विथ मी मु भाबुची आमे कॉन्फरेंसिंग रे रहिले बेटर होबो नहीं कॉन्फरेंसिंग रे रहिले साउंड टा के सुबिबो कि गोटे चैट कलानी मैडम प्लीज अनम्यूट ओ
ना ना मु 9:56
अच्छा
चैट मु ये
नमाज
कर
के
दे
आशुतोष
बंद कर
पाठी एते पिला
देखो
बेटी
तो गेस्ट के आसले कि टिके जस्ट देखि दने
केमती देखिबी सेटा
से माने पार्टिसिपेंट रे
22 रे बट मु देखिबी केमती केते पिला अछंती अच्छा अच्छा हां देखिबी आशुतोष पाढ़ी चित्ता प्रज्ञा होता मीरा गुप्ता पूजा चिंपा मारिया सुसान मैथ्यू सीमा सामल पूजा विश्व चेतिनी जेन फोन की ओडे सस्मिता कुमार बेउरा सुनीता रेड्डी डॉक्टर नागेश्वर रंजन कुमार दास कौन हाँ विजय कुमार परिडा
ऑलरेडी 10:17 हो गला मोर कैमरा टा बोधे कौन कहीं सेटा ठीक से बोधे ये हो नहीं कुछ बैकग्राउंड इमेज टा आनी परने 26 आसीगल 37 हमर माने गेस्ट तो जाके आसी ठीक चेक करथांतु गेस्ट के आछंती कि हाँ डॉक्टर नवीन प्रसाद ना ना ये नो मैंने हमर गेस्ट के आसले हम
ना
रंजन कुमार दास डॉक्टर वृंदावन साहू वही वृंदावन साहब अच्छा
भानु भी अच्छे
आगे
भानु आम बैच रखना
हाँ 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 यूट्यूब रे भी ऑलरेडी चली 35 आसीगले
ठीक है ना बैकग्राउंड पे ठीक अछि तो
आज्ञा ओके ओके
से कोन हेची तळटा एठी टाइल अछि तो अधारु सेई पे एमती देखा जाउछ
आज्ञा
हो ताले अच्छा एबे तो हम चेहरा देखिबा किछि दरकार नै अबिका मन करो मु म्यूट करली मु गली तू भी तो स्क्रीन टा को देखा नहीं जोटा हमें डिसाइड करतले सेई स्क्रीन टा से तो कहीं आसुनी
कर दो सेटा मु शेयर स्क्रीन करे पड़ो
तू सेटा मने रख तू सब बळे सेटा शेयर स्क्रीन करूथबो सेटा
अच्छा,
ही थाउ आ चेंज
अच्छा।
करना हां आसिला
ओके
एटा सेमती थाउ इनारो सेमती थाउ 33 पीपल वेट करलेनी 10:20 रे समस्त को कुआ 10:20 रे जॉइन करो मु म्यूट करली तू समस्त को लॉगिन करा
आगे
मु म्यूट करूची तू भी म्यूट कर
आगे
म्यूट करी
माने-
की फोन रे कथा बार्ता हबा
हाँ
सुन
आगे
मु म्यूट करूची तू भी म्यूट कर
आगे
अभी का फोन रे कथा बार्ता हबा जे जॉइन करिवो ताको विदाउट फोन
आपण टिके ये माने आपण मैडम अनम्यूट कर दियंतु टिके हेलो हेलो हाँ
हेलो हां
आज्ञा अच्छा
साइलेंट करे रहो.
so now we can admit them.
We will admit them. ମୁଁ ଆଗର ମୋ ଇଏଟା ବନ୍ଦ କରେ.
Okay.
ମୁଁ ଆଗ ନିଜକୁ ବନ୍ଦ କଲି. ମୁଁ
Okay.
ସମ ଯିଏ ଜଏନ୍ କରିବ ଅନମ୍ୟୁଟ୍ ହେଇକି ଜଏନ୍ କରିବ.
Okay.
ଗୋଟେ ପଛପଟେ ଗୋଟେ ବ୍ୟାକଗ୍ରାଉଣ୍ଡ ଦେଇଦେଲୁନି ମ୍ୟୁଜିକ ଗୋଟେ ଛାଡେ.
ने आपण टिके देखो गेस्ट के जॉइन कले इट इज सेटा आपण टिके जस्ट ये
तू रूम
करथां.
टा खोले ना ओपन कर 10:20 हेलानी.
हां मु जॉइन कर दउ.
म्यूट करची ଏବେ ଯାହା କଥାବାର୍ତ୍ତା ଫୋन ରେ.
हां मु तले जॉइन ଏବେ करूची हो.
हां चलो ऑल द बेस्ट.
थैंक यू मैडम.
वीडियो रही स्टार्ट वीडियो
ଆଜ୍ଞା ହ୍ୟାଲୋ
ନିଜକୁ ମ୍ୟୁଟ୍ କର.
Good morning, Indrakanti sir. Sir, Indrakanti sir, can you hear me? Sir, please unmute yourself. Indrakanti sir, can you hear me, sir? Indrakanti sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, madam.
Yeah, sir, while speaking, you need to unmute yourself, sir.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Okay, madam.
okay. Um, होता सर नमस्कार सर सर कहला बड़े सर सर नमस्कार I think he doesn't know this. Where is he? Hello? Sir, सुनी पड़चंदी sir? होता sir?
He is not able to unmute himself, ma'am.
Okay. Sir, ଆପଣ ଏନା co-host ଅଛନ୍ତି? Sir, ଆପଣ ଏନା co-host ଅଛନ୍ତି sir? ଆପଣ ଖାଲି କହିଲା ବେଳେ mute କରିବେ sir. ମାନେ କହିବା ଯେତେବେଳେ କହୁନାହାନ୍ତି sir, mute କରିବେ କହିଲା ବେଳେ unmute କରିବେ sir.
Definitely. Good morning, all of you, and best of luck that your seminar will be successful.
Thank you so much, sir.
It is a very good effort on your part. After a long time, S.C.S. college is doing something.
Yes.
Okay, congratulations, particularly the head of the department.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Good morning, everyone. We have all the guests joined in the webinar, so we would be starting it right now. Good morning, one and all present over here. Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. Martin Luther King is the person who has said this. Good morning, everyone. I, Dr. Elena Kanungo, welcome you all to the one-day international webinar on financial sector amidst COVID-19, perspective, policies, and strategies. Soon after the World Health Organization declared the novel coronavirus outbreak of pandemic, a sudden pandemonium broke loose across the globe. It has become very incandescent that the control of it has become a challenge before the man. It has affected badly the lives of people and economies of almost all the countries across the globe. India went into national lockdown due to the coronavirus on March 24. Today, 6 months later, the pandemic continues to rage. The corona outbreak has impacted different segments of financial sectors and consumer sentiments. And with the ongoing liquidity concerns and lockdown situations, it seems there is more trouble brewing for participants of the financial sector. Investors started pulling out their money, the stock markets of the world crashed, central banks made off-cycle rate cuts and injected liquidity to keep the economy moving. The global COVID-19 pandemic has emerged as the black swan event, which is going to require extraordinary measures from governments across the globe to help resume the economic stability. Based on when the pandemic is likely to come under control, several economic scenarios indicate global recession of varying magnitudes. The situation has hit the economy as a whole at a time when growth has slowed down to the lowest in a decade. This calls for understanding the scenario at present and suggestion of remedial measures for the revival of the affected sectors. Today's webinar on the topic financial sector amidst COVID-19 perspective, policies and strategies is thus very much relevant to come up with strategies for continuation and survival of players of financial sectors. I believe the congregation of intellectuals from different corners of the globe is going to contribute to stand strongly and fight against the evil effects of the pandemic. Now, I would request our HOD of Commerce Department, Professor Mahindra Kumar Mishra, sir, to give the welcome address. Sir.
Thank you, Elena, madam. Good morning, all. A warm greetings to all. It gives me immense pleasure to extend a warm welcome on behalf of the PG Department of Commerce, S.C.S. Autonomous College, Puri, who is conducting one-day international webinar on financial sector amidst COVID-19, perspectives, policies, and strategies. First of all, I welcome to our principal, Dr. Sujata Mishra, the patron and the principal of S.C.S. Autonomous College, Puri, Odisha, for her continuous support. Otherwise, we from time to time. I welcome you, madam, to our seminar. I welcome to our guest of honor, Professor Samson Maharana, who is working as the Dean of Birla School of Commerce, Birla Global University, Bhubaneswar, Odisha. Previously, he was a professor of Utkal University. He has a long teaching experience of more than 35 years, and he has also held several positions like SBI chair, and now he is also a member of Finance Commission, Odisha Government of Odisha. I welcome to our chief guest, Chartered Accountant Navendu Biswal. So he is now acting as the Chief Financial Officer of Tejas Bahamas Limited, North America. He has a 22 years of professional experience. No doubt he is a man of Bhadrak, but from 2004 he is working as finance officer in Bahamas, North America for a long time. I welcome the guest of honor, Professor Dr. P.K. Hota, now acting as the head of the department of PG Department of Commerce, Utkal University, Bhubaneswar. He has a vast experience of 30 years in both undergraduate and postgraduate and MPhil and PhD. He is also acting as the RUSA coordinator of Utkal University. I welcome you, sir. And I also welcome to our keynote speaker, Dr. Indrakanti Shekhar, acting as Associate Professor, Department of Commerce, Osmania University, Hyderabad, Telangana State. He has also a teaching experience of more than 15 years in the accounting and taxation area. I also welcome to all the academicians, faculty members, research scholars, and students, and all the participants across the globe, those who have joined in this webinar. I once again welcome all the participants and all the guests. Now I request our principal to give her inaugural address. Dr. Sujata Mishra, madam, please.
Head of the Department Commerce, Professor Mahendra Kumar Mishra, my all other colleagues, Meena Madam and Smruti Rekha Madam, esteemed guests of today's international webinar, all other colleagues, research scholars, participants, and friends. On behalf of S.C.S. Autonomous College, Puri, I first of all welcome all of you to this webinar. And I am very much thankful to my colleagues in the Department of Commerce for organizing such an event within such pandemic situation, within the ongoing examination season, and within such a short span of time. Thank you to my colleagues of Department of Commerce. Now, as all of you know, and all of us experience, the whole world is undergoing a very serious crisis in the form of the pandemic situation. And this pandemic is having a complete impact on the lives of all of us, not only from health point of view, not only from security point of view, but also from economic and livelihood point of view. So as people of commerce and economists, all of you are quite aware about the economic and commercial aspects of this situation. As a layman, as a person who is suffering from the impact of the pandemic, I would like to say a few things. Like, it is having a very all-out impact. And as we see in the newspaper and the channels, everyone is concerned about the working classes, that they are losing their jobs, the economy is shrinking and all that. But nobody is really serious about the middle classes. On the other day, I was watching a program in NDTV, and there was a series of interviews which concerned the people of the age group of 45 to 55. It is a very typical age group where people cannot aspire to go for new job, and where the family responsibilities are really very heavy and high. And most of the people who have lost their jobs due to pandemic situation belong to this age group. What will happen when the economy opens up? It will provide livelihood to those at the lower end of the ladder. But what about these people whose children are in the schools? They are having, it means children are not yet able to support their parents. They are all facing some sort of crisis. And now if their job is lost, who will give them employment at this stage? Because in this, the entry point of this age group is really very difficult. So as academicians, as the intelligentsia of the society, as the guiding spirit of the society, it is our responsibility to have a look at all such problems, and if possible find out solutions, so that we can suggest the government, or our government is very supportive. They always ask for our reactions, our impressions, our points of view. So this particular webinar is, I think it will give a very unique platform to have discussion on such aspects concerning all the sectors of the economy, involving very senior persons like Samson sir, and the new budding teachers, students, and research scholars. Once again, I wish all of you a very happy day ahead, a very happy webinar experience with discussions, debates, and exchange of views and ideas. And once again, I welcome all of you amidst us, and my very special thanks to my colleagues in the Department of Commerce. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Without your support, this webinar would not have been possible. We are indeed lucky to have a senior like you, a guide like you. Now, let us begin the panel discussion. The first guest, whom I'm going to call now, it's an honor for me to call him. When we talk of finance, thinking about talking of finance without him is not possible. He is none other than my teacher, my supervisor, my guide, everything in my life, Professor Dr. Samson Moharana sir. Moharana sir is presently working as the Dean of the School of Commerce of Birla Global University. He has retired as the professor in the Department of Commerce, Utkal University, after serving in the PG Department of Commerce for 37 years, out of which more than 18 years in the professor cadre. His specialization is financial institutions and market and entrepreneurship development. He was the former dean and head Department of Commerce, chairman PG Council, director College Development Council, Utkal University, and chairman of self-finance courses of Utkal University. In several occasions, Moharana sir was in charge of Office of Controller of Finance, Registrar, and VP of Utkal University. He has produced 16 PhDs under his guidance, written 2 books, and published 65 articles in national and international journals of repute. For more than 10 years, Professor Moharana was the peer team coordinator of NAC and member of the expert committee of UGC. After retirement, the government of Odisha nominated him as the member of the 5th State Finance Commission of Government of Odisha. Presently, Sir is the independent director of several state-level undertakings. He was also the former director of Bhubaneswar Stock Exchange. He has been the member of the Research and Scientific Advisory Committee of NALCO and also the member of State Audit Advisory Board in the Office of Principal Accountant General nominated by the CAG Government of India. He is the right person to speak on this topic that we have selected for today's webinar. Sir, we would like to hear some words from you, sir. Over to you.
Uh, Thank you. Thank you, Elena. My voice is audible to you?
Yes, sir. Very much audible.
Okay. Thank you very much. Uh, it's an honor for me because when I address any particular webinar and I see my students, my colleague, I feel little encouraged. And today I find my colleague, Professor P.K. Hota, the head of the Department of Commerce of University is there, and Mahindra Mishra is there. I'm so grateful to your principal, Dr. Sujata Mishra, for very clearly highlighting the problems that we are facing at this particular juncture. My respect to all the guests from India and from abroad. I must congratulate the Department of Commerce for organizing this type of international webinar. Actually, this is the talk which has been going on everywhere, that economy, the financial sector has been affected severely. And sometimes it's what happens that people come out with a variety of solutions and different causes. Economy is something which cannot be defined very clearly by one person and to be followed by everybody. Different economists have different viewpoints. Uh, I'll be sharing my own viewpoint with you for some time, the time allotted to me. I always feel that the financial sector is the key sector of the economy because the financial sector provides the much needed fund, and it is a catalyst in the process of saving, investment, and capital formation. The volume of finance, the cost of finance, the terms of finance, the risk associated with the finance, the regulation, the timing, the source. These are all very, very important. Actually, if you want to facilitate the acceleration economic activity in a particular economy, we have to be very careful about finance, knowing fully well that finance is not the end in itself. It is just something which helps in the process of economic development. We have seen in the past also that whenever there is a problem in the economy, the financial sector gets affected. But when the financial sector is healthy, economy also gets a boost. So both these sectors, they are very closely related. Financial sector is not out of the economic sector; it's a part of it, but it plays a very, very important role. And when you look at the Indian economy, it is a bank-dominated economy. Of course, in the last few years, maybe around 10, 15 years, the market is slowly dominating. But when you look at the stability and sustainability of the financial sector, it is only the banks who can provide it. The banks are playing a very important role, and when the bank becomes sick, the economy has lot of problem, the government has lot of problem, because the entire banking system has been used. I am forced to use the word, entire banking system has been used by the government to translate its monetary and fiscal policies. And all its socio-economic policy of the government are implemented by the commercial bank. So if there is a mistake in the monetary policy or some lacuna in the fiscal policy, it affects the economy. But in the process, it affects the banking system also. Considering the present pandemic, I will not blame the government for that. There are issues which I'll just elaborate a little bit, but it is a global pandemic. And when our economy is more or less globalized, we are not fully globalized, but financial sector of Indian economy is more globalized than many other sectors. And when you are globalized, Fund is flowing in, fund is coming out, and we have players from different countries of the world. We depend on them, they depend on us. That is a time when, if something happens in the global economy or in the global financial sector, it is bound to have an impact on the Indian financial sector. It is very difficult to say who started it. People say it is started in a particular country, then it spread in different countries. But I always look at the Indian economy. We were not in a very good position even prior to this pandemic. When you look at the situation, the pre-pandemic era, I just look at last 10 years from 2019 or onwards when we had a global financial crisis. After that, if you look at the policy making of the government, it was mostly a short-sighted policy. Many times the policy did not last for a long period, and every time it used to change. There were some problems when the demonetization took place. Banks had enough liquidity and nobody took loan from the bank. Then we had a GST with all the fanfare and all expectation, and I was expecting a lot of things, but there may be some problem in that also it affected. And the impact of the financial crisis continued. We had a twin balance sheet crisis in Indian economy. When the companies could not pay, the bank also had a problem. Infrastructure sector had a horrible thing, and they also faced problem. So entire financial sector was not in a good health prior to COVID. And as and when the crisis started, it started, some say it started in the month of November, December in other countries, but it came to India maybe around February or March. After that, all of a sudden, there was a demand fall. And when the demand fell down, it had a cascading impact on almost all the sectors of the economy. And bank had a very serious problem. I always look at the bank from the government viewpoint, because in India, as you know, majority of the banks are owned by the government. We do have private banks who are doing very well, but the entire banking system, how they will run, to whom they will finance, how they will finance themselves, and what problem they are facing, how to get over the problem, is all in government hands, and of course in Reserve Bank of India hand. So in India, when you look at the banking crisis, which is the crisis of the economy, it started seriously at least 10 years ahead, but it accentuated. It becomes very grave only after 2018 onwards. Some of the very important things which I thought I should share with you, the problems, first is, as you know, is an NPA problem. Very popularly, we call it bad loan, something like that. Even prior to 2019 or 20 also, the bad loan was very high, but we were expecting the bad loan to come down. It was still at about maybe 8.5%. It was 15%. And then private sector had about 4%, government sector had about 11%. The government wanted to recapitalize the bank, and they have given nearly 4 trillion rupees to recapitalize the bank in the last 10 years. Not much changes to take place. The MSME sector, actually, we are not very clear about what is the extent of the bad loan, because every now and then there is some concession, refreshment, exemption, etc. Nobody is very clear about that. And the bad loan which you have in the banking sector, mostly it is because of the infrastructure and brick and mortar structure. Also, I look at the extent of loan given by the commercial bank. People talk a lot about the bank wasting their money, public money, because banks are dealers in our money, your money, my money. But when you look at the extent of loan given by the banks in India, it is not very high. In comparison to many of the emerging market economy, the loan to GDP ratio is very low in India. But in spite of that, when they give loan, we expect that credit and economic growth are very closely related. That's a theory. Literature says when you give more credit to a particular sector, that will grow. It has not happened. In many cases, the sector which have availed huge amount of bank fund, they have failed, or the growth rate is very low. Rather than the sectors where the bank fund is not very high, they have grown, which indicates that probably the loan monitoring system, loan underwriting system is not very high quality in India. We have a problem of that, and maybe because we have a directed system of lending, so government has given them loans. And you know that asset liability mismatch, the twin balance sheet crisis. I always say that banking system, they are not structurally fit to give loan beyond 5 years, 6 years, or 10 years. You ask them, you give loan to the infrastructure sector, and then infrastructure sector long tenure loan. Every possibility that something will go wrong here and there, and that happened. And the bank had a lot of problem because of this asset liability mismatch. One more thing I would like to discuss here about the governance issue. Uh, we talk a lot about governance, and very recently also I had organized one webinar of the governance system. There is a conflict, internal conflict in the governance system of the commercial banks. The same persons will be in the board, and the same person will criticize you. Government is the owner, so to say. Government is the owner of the organization. Government will direct you what to do, and when you fail, government will blame that this bank has gone bust, and many of the banks were put under the PCA, prompt corrective action. The managers did not have any free hand. When you talk of financial sector, the institutions which dominate the financial sector should be free to take the right type of decision at the right point of time. Unfortunately, in India, the government banking system, they do not have that freedom. I sometimes doubt whether our central banks also do that freedom. Many times central banks also, they go on reducing the repo rate right now. Of course, they said that they are not going to reduce repo rate. They don't look at the interest of the depositor. They say that if you reduce the cost of loan, probably more and more people will take loan, and then that will kickstart the economy. That has not happened. That has not happened because cost of fund is not the only factor considered by the business people to start the business or to improve their production, etc. It is one of the factor, but it's not important factor. So we cannot directly say that it reduce the cost of it. Market is very important. We have to look at the market, what market needs. The eco-friendly atmosphere is not there. There is a depression, there is an uncertainty, there is a risk everywhere that even if government has injected huge amount of liquidity in the banking system, including non-banking, and the first stimulus package, you know, is around about 21 lakh crore, and they say it is 10% of GDP, but actually the incremental will be around about 1% of GDP. That has not helped, and government finance has been severely eroded. Government is not able to pay the GST dues of the state, which is a constitutional obligation. And unfortunately, we have a border tension. Huge amount of money is also government will have to spend. This is badly necessary. State government also do have the problem, and the problem which you are right now facing because of the COVID, it will not go over in the next few years time, at least 2 or 3 years time, because the public debt has gone up. Government has borrowed more than 7 lakh crores during the last 6 months, and now they have again given permission to the states that you borrow money from the market, will provide with the facilitators, and you borrow nearly 1 lakh crores. My question is that, is it not going to affect the debt servicing capability of the government of India as also the state government? State government revenue has gone down. Many of the state governments, they do not have any revenue, so to say. In some states, they have gone for excise duty, they have gone for mining lease, etc., just to manage. But they are now entirely dependent on the government of India. Even in the 15th Finance Commission report, what of the money has been suggested for devolution between the states, I don't think government will be able to provide that money. So the situation is bad. Situation is very alarming. But we need not lose heart. We have to ensure that the economy again is put in the track. The financial system, our financial system is better than the control financial system of many countries of the world. And government is thinking very seriously. I know that some of the things the government of India is doing or thinking to do, they will help the financial system. For example, they have not gone for any second stimulus package because they know that whenever the money is transferred, they transfer 30,000 crores in the first instance. Not everything went to the market. Many people went for savings. Savings is not something which will help you in this time of pandemic. You have to spend the money. You have to increase the demand. Supply will not do. Supply will take care of inflation. Right now, our inflation is a little higher, but we will simply forget inflation. We have to spend money, even by borrowing money from the market, which the government of India is doing. So, first, a suggestion for me will be that government should increase the public spending. Even if government will have to borrow, they should spend to kickstart the economy. When money flow from the government, actually, maybe infrastructure sector, governments can spend money that will create more employment opportunity. And then multiplier effect will be there, and that will lead to acceleration of the economic growth. Second one is government is getting a lot of foreign funding right now. In spite of this pandemic situation, you know that some of the companies they raised more than $20 billion. I'm talking about Reliance. And there are many companies who have huge amount of free cash flow available with them. 30,000, 40,000, 80,000 crores. There are companies, there are banks having huge amount of free cash flow. What are they doing? Why are not they spending? Probably there is no incentive for them to spend, or they are waiting for the right time. Acha din aayega, then only will spend. Government should have some program where they should incentivize the corporate that they should go for spending. Public spending, public investment is fine, but private sector will have to spend because they have been receiving lot of incentive, lot of concession from the government, but they are not spending. Third one is, I suggest that we must also think of exporting. There have been some confusion here. People think that in Atmanirbhar Bharat, we talk of protectionism. Our Prime Minister has made it very clear. Atmanirbhar Bharat is not protectionism. It is strengthening yourself so that you can compete with other countries of the world, and you can also increase your export. Unfortunately, there is some confusion somewhere else. So any funding which is coming to India right now, it is mostly buying strategic stake, mergers and acquisitions, and that is quite a huge amount. It is possible that because of that, rupee value has depreciated. And sometimes people say that rupee value is going down, so 68, now it has gone to 74, 75. Then government should control. No, government should allow a free float. If you want to compete in the international market, we need to have a competitive exchange rate. Unfortunately, in India, for a long time, as everybody know that our exchange rate was controlled by the Reserve Bank of India, by the government. And then we thought that our rupee is very strong, but our rupee is very weak. If you want to increase our foreign exchange, it is already in a good position. Our foreign exchange reserve is nearly $500 billion, which is quite a good amount. And that will help us in the days to come. We have to be very careful that. So government should do what is possible on its part to increase its to increase expenditure, and the private sector also should cooperate with the government. And basically, for the commercial bank, my suggestion is that the commercial banks should be free from the government. They need lot of recapitalization support. They need at least some $5 to $6 billion immediately, but $20 billion in the long term. Without recapitalization of the commercial bank, you cannot have a healthy financial system, and their shock absorbing capacity will be very limited. Little bit of fluctuation, little bit of unsustainability in the financial sector, the commercial bank will be gone. Third is that commercial banks should always be allowed to show what is the real picture. They have been given some liberty, loan moratorium, interest rate waiver, don't recognize NPA, don't go for seizure. So government is trying to make the life of the businessman very comfortable. But in that process, what we are doing, let us be very clear, we are not showing the real picture. You cannot hide the weaknesses under the carpet for a long time, and when it comes out, no, it will be very difficult for you to control it. So if you want to have a sustainable financial sector in the long run, we have to make the institutions very sustainable. Basically, the commercial bank, they should be sustainable. There are some other things like the loan monitor, the monitoring system, loan underwriting system, the quality should improve, the risk management system should improve. And lastly, I'll say that monetary policy and the fiscal policy of the government, they should not contradict each other. Many times we give money in one hand, we take money in another hand. If we are reducing the rate of interest in one says, then another say we are taking out the money by imposing more taxes. I hope that probably at least for a year that will not be there. And right now I feel government and the Reserve Bank of India, they are in the same side, and both of them, they are trying their best to ensure that economy picks up. But money is just only one factor. We have to ensure that we create the ease of doing business. That ecosystem has to be developed, and the global situation should also improve. COVID has made our life miserable, but as I always say, one thing, there is one medicine which has helped us to face COVID, that is digitalization. You just imagine a situation where there will be no digitalization. Our life would have been miserable during the last 6 to 8 months, and we do not know how long it will be there. But similarly, the financial sector also, they have started digitalization. And we have a neo banks nowadays, they call it, maybe digit technologies companies. Banks are, they are not giving their names are commercial bank. They say that we are technology companies. These things are coming. The bank cannot depend on a large size. The bank cannot depend on large customers. The bank should think of providing fast service, quality service, and local service to all the clients. And they should not put all the eggs in one basket, and there should be some discrimination between the bank. Smaller banks, weaker banks should never be allowed to give large amount loan, which they are now doing, and sometimes they take credit for that. Government should have a very specific policy who can give how much type of loan, because that is going to affect their asset liability mismatch. My dear friends, I'm happy that I have been given an opportunity. I was not feeling well actually. Last night I had a mail call to Elinda that I do not know whether I'll be there. But thank you very much for this particular opportunity. I wish this particular webinar a very, very success. Thank you very much. Over to Elena.
Thank you, sir. Sir, a million sincere thanks to you for the sea of wisdom and knowledge you showered upon us during your amazing presentation. It is always lovely to hear you, sir. Thank you for the enlightenment you have bestowed upon us. Let us continue the session further. Now we have amongst us the chief guest of today's webinar, Chartered Accountant Navendu Biswal. Navendu Biswal is a fellow Chartered Accountant from Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, currently working as Chief Financial Officer of Treasurers Bahamas Limited, a chain of retail stores. He is a consultant to various companies and also a member of Bahamas Institute of Chartered Accountants. He is a qualified professional offering nearly 22 years of experience in strategic financial control, budgeting, and financial analysis with multinational organizations. He is an enterprising leader with a solid record of contributions leading to lowered risk, heightened productivity, and enhanced internal controls. Navendu is a forward-thinking person who is team-oriented, proactive, and a confidential partner to senior management. Exceptionally well organized with a track record that demonstrates self-motivation, creativity, and initiatives to achieve both personal and corporate goals. Navendu did his articleship training for Chartered Accountant with PricewaterhouseCoopers in Kolkata, India, and then moved to Mumbai, and then he worked as assistant finance manager and finance manager for two renowned corporate hospitals in Mumbai, Asian Heart Institute and Dr. L.H. Hiranandani Hospital. In 2004, he moved to an international joint venture company between a French an US company based in Bahamas as their financial controller. During his early 11-year stint in the same company, he has extensively traveled to US and France, which has enriched his professional as well as personal skills. When the value added tax was first implemented in Bahamas, Navindu used his professional experience of dealing with complex tax laws like the income tax, sales tax in India, and had presented various industries with their recommendation to the government for VAT implementation. We are lucky, sir, to have you amongst us. Now, we would like to hear a few words from you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Alina, for that wonderful introduction. Protocols are being been established. I would like to sincerely thank the management of your college to invite me to speak on this various subjects. First, I would like to take this opportunity. This is the college in Puri. So the students and the administration of the college, I'll say Jai Jagannath. I will start after that. First of all, I would like to tell you about a story because I can always give you the inputs about this thing. These are very difficult times, no matter where we are in the world, apart from a few countries in sub-Saharan Africa. Each and every country has been impacted by this global pandemic. No one thought life would be like this. And it has more or less impacted all our lives, financially, economically, socially, and otherwise, right from small student, small my son, or a very senior citizen. So I'll start with a small corporate story to tell you how volatile this market is. So there is this person I know as a CEO of a medium-sized company in the US, and they have business in the Caribbean. He went first time to China to buy products. That was last year.
Navindu, can I
Yes,
interrupt in between?
yes.
Yeah, are we
Can you
going?
hear me?
Yeah, very much. Uh, the PPT will be played by us, or you will be showing, you will be sharing your screen with us.
Yeah, you can start the PPT.
Surely, surely, we'll do it right now. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so he went to China for the first time. He was so impressed by China with the trade shows that he bought about 2 million, 2 years worth of stock. So when he come back, and the owners, he was a professional CEO, the owners said that you have bought a lot of stock. How do we finance this? So they were unhappy on his decision, but they were able to find the finance. Now, when everything started in China and factories became shut down, what happened is they actually told him that you did a good job because now we have a lot of stock and China is not producing enough stock. So we are good for another years where no one else will have stock and we will have stock. But gradually things changed and they realized that this is going to each and every country. So now they are sitting on a lot of stock and they have the retail stores are just closed. They can't find, um, they cannot sell. So that is the story is telling you how the dynamics change during couple months or couple weeks of this pandemic. Nobody thought that India will be so severely affected. So my presentation is going to be, whatever. I am not an expert in economics, but whatever I have read and I've learned, through different strategies, and I will be presenting, whatever I have learned through my knowledge. All right. So this is the scenario. You can go to the next slide, please. In this age, we have to differentiate what is a fact and what is an opinion, right? So if you look at this uh, slide, you will see that India is the worst performing economy among G20 countries. This is contributing 2020 quarter one to 2020 quarter two. In India's place, our quarter starts, I mean, financial year starts from 1st April. So Q2 for US is Q1 for us, but this is comparison which is already adjusted, and this is a source of OECD. So you will see that India is the worst performing country and China is the best performing country, right? This is in Q2, which is a fact. And can you go to the next slide? Hello?
Yes?
Yeah, can we go to the next slide?
Yeah, sure. Sure. Is this the slide? Next one?
No, next one.
Okay.
Number 3, yes.
Yeah,
So
okay.
now if we look into this one, this is the slide which is comparing between 2019 quarter 4 to 2020 quarter 1. And what do we see? India is the best and China is the worst. Why? Because China was dealing with coronavirus between January to March, and all the other countries, it was slowly coming up. So India's growth that time was 3.1%. So do we say that China was the worst economy that time, which is also not true, right? Now, can we go to the next?
Next slide?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Now, this is an opinion. This is not a fact. This we have seen in a lot of TV channels. I have seen in the Business Today, and this is from a propaganda site in China that US economy shrunk by 32% in quarter 2, which was not true, because US, they measure their GDP growth in a certain way. So this is a cumulative annualized estimate for the whole year, not in Q2 alone. So this is an opinion. This is twisting of the facts to make a point. So this is also not the fact. Let's go to the next slide.
Next slide.
But this is a fact. This is how India has been growing for the last few years. Obviously, at the point where the demonetization came in the end of 2016, obviously for 2 quarters, the growth halted for about 1%. That is a fact. Then GST was implemented. That also affected for 2 quarters the Indian growth rate. That is a fact. But those two things were not, if we look in hindsight, those were not bad for Indian economy, because had the demonetization not happened, there was a lot of problem that was going to happen now, as Professor Sampson told us just before me that how this digitalization helped push us towards the digitalization process of the payment infrastructure in India. And GST, though it was badly implemented, this is going to help us relaxing our very complex tax structures in the coming times. So this is a major reform if we talk about reform of the tax structures. Now, we have definitely a problem. We realize that there is a problem. We have the economy has shrunk a lot during April to June quarter, and all indicators are there that probably we are going to suffer in September quarter itself too. Can we go to the next slide?
Next, shall we go to the next slide?
Yeah, should I control it? Is it better?
Yeah, you can do that. If you want to, you can.
Okay. So everyone can see this?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay.
Yes,
All
sir.
right.
Yes.
Can you just make it like it is not visible? Just press F5. It is not in a slideshow mode. It has to be in slideshow mode.
Please make it in a full screen mode, sir.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, continue. Yeah.
Okay, so these are the current projections of the UN that is currently made. Indian economy is going to contract at 5.9%. The IMF also predicts around the same and forecast to grow at 3.9% in 2021. That means our recovery is not going to be a V-shaped that the government is trying to tell us, but it is going to be more or less like a very slow, painful recovery. The global economy is also going to contract 4.3%, which is approximately $6 trillion. Trade will shrink by 20%, FDI inflows by 40%, remittances worldwide will drop by 100 billion. Indian remittances alone, you'll know that India gets a lot of remittances from outside non-resident Indians. That will fall by 19 billion because most of the NRIs, as you know, or at least 30% of them have gone back to India. And India is so great country to accept all of us. If tomorrow I don't have a job, I will also go back to India, right? But that is the problem that we have reduced the remittances. Debt levels across the world, both in public and private sector, will rise to the highest level. The next point is very important is UN is predicting that estimates for the year point to a generalized global recession matching the Great Depression of 1930s. That is a big statement that this this is going to be a massive. This is nothing like the 2008 and 9 depression that everyone saw of the last basically Western countries, the subprime crisis. This is going to be much bigger than that. Greatest economic and social damage will be in the developing world, where informality sector is high, just like India. Commodities and tourism major source and fiscal space squeezed under mountain of debt. So the developing world is going to suffer more. Now, before going to the financial sector, I think because I'm interacting with the students, the commerce students, it is my duty that I should tell them uh, of the accounting changes that the corporates are appearing, because some of the students now may go into corporate jobs soon. So these are the challenges that they will face. Uh, During COVID-19, what is uh, I am taking your apology. I'm apologizing because I'm not very well conversed with the Indian accounting standard now. So all I'm going to talk is about the international accounting standard and the international financial IFRS standards. So the financial reporting standard is already changing. The International Accounting Standard Board has given some recommendation that how to recognize the going concern concept as per Indian accounting standard presentation of financial statements. What are the issues that is going to, because the situation is changing, ever changing. Let's say Indian financial year end in March. Uh, any audit that is coming up, it is for the auditor and the accountants to go through these factors and see that how they are going to recognize the going concern concept, because a lot of entities, a lot of companies may not be continuing for a long time. So the primary assumptions that accountants take, whether a going concern concept, that may be under scrutiny. Second is events after reporting period, IAS 10, how the events that is going after the reporting period is going to affect your opinion that you're going to present on the financial statements or the financial statements that you're preparing. These events change very soon. So an accountant has to take care of these events that is happening after the reporting period and adjust the financial statements. Fair value management and impairment of non-financial assets as per IFRS 13. You have to change a lot of value measurement and of the non-financial assets. Impairment of non-financial assets. IAS 36 talks about impairment of assets. Even for IAS 2, inventory valuation, to give you an example, uh, the guy who has uh, $10 million of inventory, whether he can recognize uh, that as a current assets. You must know that the inventory, the stock in trade is always considered as current assets. Whether he will be able to sell it in the next one year. Already 6 months has gone. Expected credit losses for financial assets. The International Accounting Standard Board has published a document responding questions regarding application of IFRS and the changes that is happening uh, in instruments. Similarly, the lease accounting, the IASB has already issued an amendment to IFRS 16, which deal with lease accounting, hedge accounting. There is a lot of fund management, fund accounting that is done. A lot of uh, companies, offshore companies, they deal with a lot of fund management. How do their profitability and in this environment is going to change as per IFRS 7. Deferred tax asset, government support. Now, the taxation that you assume, that's going to change, or the government support that some companies are going to get as per IAS 12, that's going to change. Revenue recognition, IFRS 15. revenue from contract with customers. Your contracts are going to change during this dynamic times. What goes during the normal course of the business, that is not going to stay, because you have borrowed money from someone or you have borrowed goods from someone. Those are nothing happening with those things. Everything is standstill. So what is going to do with the contracts? When you're going to sell this uh, products, that's going to change. And the last but not the least is the interim financial report. Everywhere investors, they are waiting to see how is this COVID-19 affecting your financial position. So they, if you cannot produce a audited statement, they will ask for an interim financial report. Now, as per IAS 34, the interim financial report is supposed to carry less information than an audited financial statement. But because of the COVID-19 changes, what is going to be relevant information for the stakeholders and various investors, banks, that is also going to be changed. So these are very considerable changes that is happening surrounding the accounting world and the financial reporting format that a student of commerce should know, right? So with that, I can go to next slide, which is sector-wise impact. Now, this is an indicative slide. This is showing majorly G7 countries, but the world is such a globalized uh, area now that this is true for but a lot of countries, like which are the sectors that is going to be affected most: transport, manufacturing, hotel, restaurants and travel, construction has been affected, professional and real estate services, retail and wholesale trade. Though a component of retail sales has been doing okay for grocery, financing, pharmacy, these are doing okay, but non-essentials retail, let's say there is a jewelry store, is anyone can sell that by e-commerce? No. So those things are affected. Other personal services. So these sectors are the most affected. Just a minute. If you go into detail, the agricultural sector, it has been least impacted by the COVID-19. It has slowed down, but the government had allowed the farms to operate during the most lockdown places too. So it does affect their uh, practices and supply chains. Um, there will be difficulties in the supply chain because of the transport problems and other concerns. Um, there were initially reports in India that the chicken farmers were affected by rumors that the chickens are a transmitter of COVID-19. So rumors do affect businesses. Uh, Farmers must have continuous connectivity to market. There is a farm rule that has come into um, place now. Hope that will address some issues with the farmer. Otherwise, agriculture will be affected. This is very interesting. Is the medical industry in India? This is somewhere that there is great scope because in terms of all the negativity in the market that is going on, the medical sector in India is can actually do very well. The worldwide medical supply chain is disrupted. Uh, but India supplied around 19 billion in medicines to more than 200 countries, most in the generic sector. So this is where uh, the investment or the focus of the government should stay. You all have must have heard about uh, the the generic drug that helped COVID-19 patients. Um, that is supplied to a lot of countries, and a lot of countries thanked India. President Trump thanked India properly that can, uh, in the times of COVID-19, whatever works, that government has to lay their emphasis on that. The other part of the industry is the IT industry, which has been least impacted by the COVID-19. Uh, this has um, estimated that 2 to 7% of revenue they will lose during this period, and that also is not because of revenue loss, because of the delay in the decision making. So that is a sector that is a very important sector for India, is a key foreign exchange earner. Now, coming to the finance industry, Professor Sampson has elaborated a lot on this. I will just touch upon it that a lot of it depends on the banks. They have to look for the credit risk assessments. Uh, those differently change with this situation. The various companies that that posed one concern before the pandemic, they pose a different set of concerns because a lot of other sectors which were not under stress are now under stress. Then the second question is about liquidity. We had liquidity problems in Indian banks before COVID-19, and this is going to stretch their liquidity more. So, yes, obviously the government has to pump in some money there into the banking sector because they are going to see a lot of NPAs in the near future. Going concern and impact of subsequent events. Yes, the banks have to see a going concern and impact of these events, how they are impacting the corporate sector and housing sector and different sector which will be obviously under stress. Then impact on NBFCs. This is also a sector which was under stress before COVID-19. So they will see a lot of change, but the NBFCs fund a lot of small and medium firms in India. The third is the impact on the insurers, mortality claims. There will be a lot of claims for um, COVID-19, healthcare related. Then there will be a lot of claims that will be coming from loss of profit, uh, because loss of profit, there's a lot of corporates have this loss of profit clause. Now they will claim under this. So, which is new for them because they will, the insurance may be not prepared for this kind of large amount of claims. And obviously, they will have some cash flow impact for all this as well. Manufacturing industry as such has contracted, but there is a situation that there will be some contraction of manufacturing activities in China. Whether India is properly prepared to take place of China as the manufacturing hub of the world? The answer is yes and no. India has a lot of potential, but the infrastructure is not uh, at par. So India has to do a lot in terms of infrastructure. In terms of ease of doing business, India has to do a lot better. So everything that is China's loss will be not India's gain, but it will be equally divided between South Korea, Vietnam, Indonesia, and India, of course. How much India can get benefit out of it, that only will answer a lot of questions. Now, coming back to then with China, we don't have only the problem of trade. They are one of our biggest trade partners, but yes, combined with COVID-19, we have the border problem with that, and that, if not solved, that will probably pose another problem. Then the third sector, which is tertiary sectors, it's education. COVID-19 pose a great challenge in education. The the UNESCO has reported that nearly 1.7 billion students have been significantly impacted in response to COVID-19 because of school shutdown or various lockdown problems. So these affect the learners, the teachers, the families, and also affect the socio-economic status of many people. Hopefully, like the teachers and the students have learned new techniques, like all over, they have online classes. I usually see during mornings my sons, they do even pee in front of the computer. They do their exercises in front of the computer, which is very funny to watch, but that is the new normal. Then tourism, of course, will be greatly impacted. That's a sector that will be maximum affected. So every job and everything that is related to tourism, aviation, that will be massively hit, and it will stay there for at least another 6 months. Okay, so is everything bad? Everything, when everything is bad, what is the silver lining? Now, Robert Kiyosaki is a great author in US. He has authored so many books. One was Rich Dad and Poor Dad, and he has authored some books with President Trump too. During the financial recession of the subprime crisis, 2008 and 9, Time magazine asked him that are there opportunities to create new companies in this turbulent economy? Here is how he answered. This is the best time. When times are bad is when the real entrepreneurs emerge. Entrepreneurs don't really care if the market is up or down. They are creating better products and better processes. So when somebody says, oh, there is less opportunity now, it's because they are losers. That's how he answered. You have heard an awful lot of bad news about the economy. Read ready to for the good news. Actually, the bad news is the good news. He'll tell the same thing he told Time Magazine. A recession is the best time to start your own business. When the economy slows down, entrepreneurialism hits up like a stocked up wood stove on a cold winter night. What do the Microsoft and Disney empires have in common, besides the fact that they are both $1 million companies? The answer to it is they were both launched during recession. Now, one of the companies is doing very well, Microsoft. There is a little bit problem for Disney uh, because you can't go to Disneyland and do those wonderful things. But their other venture, Disney uh, Production, that is still producing movies and entertainment. And this is also a very interesting uh, uh, idea when Disney was created during the Great Depression in 1930s. Because how this idea goes a long way is they figured the Walt Disney Group, they four brothers, they figured that during the recession time, they want to bring a smile into the lives of million of Americans, and that is how they became successful. It is an idea. An idea always becomes successful. Something. Why? Why is your question? Then, in times of economic uncertainty, people get creative. They break out of their comfort zone and take the initiative to make ends meet. It's a matter of good old fashioned American imperialism at its peak. When the going gets tough, the top gets going. So that is the silver lining, that this is going to stay for a while, and then this is going to get better. I'm going to end my presentation with this quote by Chris Hadfield. He was a Canadian astronaut, that almost everything worthwhile carries with it some sort of risk, whether it is starting a new business, whether it is leaving home, whether it is getting married, or whether it is flying into space. Now, interesting why I chose this quote. It 30 years before, he had predicted that when you are leaving home, it is also a risk. So that is going to come to reality now. Thank you all.
Thank you, Navendu. It was a great job you did during your presentation. You kept virtually every member of the audience hanging on your every word. That was absolutely awe-inspiring. I wholeheartedly appreciate all your efforts. Ladies and
Thank you.
gentlemen, let us continue the webinar with the next eminent speaker with us. We have amongst us as guest of honor my teacher who has taught me, and I'm really honored to call Sir P.K. Hota sir. Professor P.K. Hota sir is currently the head of the PG Department of Commerce and the coordinator of MBA FM, formerly MFC. He is also the Dean of Faculty Business. He is ex-president of All Odisha Commerce Association and the former controller of finance, Utkal University. He has served the university by holding many prestigious posts like Coordinator RUSA, Utkal University, Coordinator Center of Studies on Unorganized Labor, Chairman BOS, Commerce and MBA FM, Chairman DRC, and many more. He has 28 years of experience in PG teaching. He has published 4 books and 55 research papers, including 5 in international journals. He has also chaired sessions in many international seminars. He has guided 6 PhD students and 28 MPhil students. 8 PhD and 3 MPhil are in progress. He has addressed students and faculties in 8 universities and 28 national and international level seminars. As expert, Sir has participated in various TV shows, radio talks, and panel discussions. He is the life member in many associations like All India Commerce Association, All India Accounting Association, and All Odisha Commerce Association. Sir, we would like to hear a few words from you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Elena. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, very much.
At the outset, I must thank the principal of S.C.S. College Puri, Professor Sujata Mishra, the Commerce Department, particularly the head of the department, Mahendra Kumar Mishra, Elena Kanungo, Smriti Rekha Sahu, and all others for inviting me to your international seminar. It has been a privilege to me, and I'm quite happy that I am among my students and my teachers. So Professor Samson Maharana, who is a research person, is my direct teacher. So he has already spoke. So I'm happy that he is also here. Many international figures we have contacted. We have also contacted different research persons from Osmania and all others, like say Dr. I. Shekhar and all others. Okay, so many research scholars, students, teachers, and many others are present here. I welcome you to my presentations. Already the keynote speaker has given a very good presentation. He has given a bird's eye view of the total Indian economy, that what is happening here. And Professor Maharana has also been given a detailed view of the banking sector and the financial sector, what is happening there. So very little is left to me, but definitely in this pandemic situations, so we are going through a very difficult phase, all of us. All of us means all the teachers, students, markets, finances, government, exporters, importers, businessmen, farmers, everybody. Everybody, they are going through a very difficult phase. So this type of pandemic situations we have never seen before in our lifetime. Even though it is said that there was a pandemic situation in 1918, but that scenario was totally different. That cannot be a parallel situations of 2020, because then the world was fragmented. So, but now once something happens in one corner of the country, and everybody, the total globe is affected. So this is a very, very difficult situations, and nobody knows what will happen next. So in this particular situations, we are thinking of a very important segment of the economy, the financial sector, very important, because our Professor Maharana, he is a teacher, he always says that finance is the lifeblood of the economy. So if the lifeblood of the economy goes down, if there is anemic situations in the economy, so definitely we are going to be very weak. And even if the financial sector, the finances, it clots, it only goes to one part of the economy, that is not a good sign for the whole body, that is the economy. So this is a situation, very difficult situations, unpredictable, uncertainty, risky, and very difficult phase. Many people, many businessmen, they are going through depression. Not only the economy, people are also going through depression. So the whole global financial scenario is not good. I mean to say, the whole globe is going to shrink by nearly 3 to 4 percentage. Nearly 3 to 4 percentage in the global economy situations is around 70 trillion. So 3 to 4 percentage means it is around 2 to 3 trillion, more than 3 trillion economy is going to shrink. So, and particularly Indian situation is very precarious because nowadays we find that the surge of the, you can say the COVID patient, the positives, we are highest in the whole world, and it is coming from the August that we are ahead of all other economies. We are second though to the US, but definitely in the days to come we may even surpass the US. So neither we can be very liberal to that of the US economy, nor we can be very restrictive that of the China. So we cannot take a particular model of China or a particular model of US for our system of the economy. So our system of the economy is different from that of the Europe, that of the US, or that of the China. So we have to frame our own model. So in our own model, what you have to see? We have to say that the liquidity moves around the whole economy. We have to say that demand increases. We have to see that income is there in the pocket of the people, and all these things are regulated properly. Then we can see a vibrant financial sector and vibrant economy. So what do you mean by this financial sector? Financial sector comprises of, you can say in the top, there are the regulators. The regulators mean the government, particularly the finance department and the Reserve Bank of India, the SEBI. They are the regulating bodies. But then there are the financial markets, like you can say the money market, the capital market, all the markets are there. Then there are the financial institutions, the mediators, like say banks, NBFCs, the microfinancial institutions, and all others. They come together our financial sector. So what is happening in all these sectors? Are they going well? No, I cannot say that they are going well. Unambiguously, I can say that everything is going in a negative way. So that is true. That is true. So even our economy is going to shrink. It is shrinking. So per se, because last quarter, the our even Reserve Bank of India report says that last quarter the Indian economy shrunk by 23.9 percentage. 20, it is a very significant thing. That type of shrinkage has never happened in the economy till the data are there, because 23.9% of the GDP is a very big thing. And throughout the year it is said that we may sink from -5 point to -9 percentage, and when the whole world may shrink by 3 to 4 percentage, we may shrink by -5 to -9 percentage. So you can see that the Indian economic situation is more precarious in comparison to that of the developed and all other emerging economies. And in this segments, the thing is that the demand is falling, the income is getting down, there is disruptions in the market, the cash flow slump is there around the, particularly in the MSME sector. Not only MSME, in the large sectors also there is a slump in the cash flows. Tax collection in the hand of the government is dwindling. We are finding that infrastructure projects are not happening. We are finding that there are the retrenchments. In one hand, there are the retrenchment, loss of jobs. In the other hand, there are the staff shortages, skilled staff shortages in the required segments. That is also happening. NPA of the banks, the rising, and particularly we find that in such a scenario where we should be more digital, we should be doing all these things through online basis, but majority of the Indian economy, majority of our people, they are not that skillful. There is inadequate digital maturity in the economy, and we are uh, paying for this particular thing. And another particular thing I want to say that the growth in Indian GDP is mainly due to two factors. One is due to the private consumption, which is the biggest factor. Second is the private investments. So consumption on one hand, the private investment. So what is happening to the consumption? Consumption is coming down like anything. There is no demand in the market, and investment is not coming. So when both these things are there, naturally the Indian GDP is getting weaker. It is falling, and when it is falling, we can say that naturally the financial sector, it is also in a very difficult situation. So in this difficult situations, what we can do? Particularly, the government should do something. Reserve Bank of India, they should also do something. Okay, in the you can say in the month of May, the government of India has come up with a package, 20 lakh crore of package. So 20 lakh crore is a big sort of package, but most of it are in the form of guarantee and loan. And in most of these cases, we find that most of these things where there is no takers. Means where this money should go for the revival of the economy, it is not happening in that way. And it is very difficult thing. Another segment, very difficult thing is that particularly most of our MSME segment is informal. When most of the MSME segment is informal, so what is happening there, we are not very sure. What is the employment scenario there? Whether the segment has been lost, the employment, there is retrenchment, whether they are already short, the shorter has been down. What is happening there, we do not know. And we only can expect that things are not very good. So when things, because that is 50% of the GDP, they contribute 50% of the GDP. If that is taken into account, then the shrunk in Indian GDP may be around, you can say, 10 to 15%. And particularly when all these things happen in the financial sectors, who will bear the brunt? Who will bear the brunt? The banks. The banks particularly, because banks are the intermediary between this MSME, the people, and all this our finances, the surplus and the deficit sector. They are the intermediary. It is said that 72% of our credits, it is going to be weak. They are going to be affected by this sort of things. 72% is not a very small things. Presently, to some extent, before the pandemic situations, we have developed. That means the NPA level, even though before March it was 8.5 percentage, but previously again it has gone beyond 12 percentage. We have come down to 8.5 percentage. Again, this NPA level may rise beyond 10 percentage. It is said that it may be 12.5 to 15 percentage. The NPA level may rise, which is unsustainable on the part of the banks, and that is a very difficult scenario for the banks. I don't think I can say how many banks may survive if the government do not come to their support in the right type of time. If the new capital is not infused to them, then the bank may collapse. If there is collapse in the banking system, again the financial sector will be in jeopardy. The whole system may collapse. So this is the time when government should come up with some infusion of new capital. Again, infusion of capital in this time is very difficult, because this is a time where we find that the seizure effect is there. Seizure effect on the part of the economy. Seizure effect, two-pronged attack is there on the government finances. On the one hand, the government taxes collection has reduced like anything. That means all this, you can say that GST and all of the income tax, all the taxes have been reducing like anything. But again, the government expenditure is increasing, particularly due to the pandemic situations, health, social development, social sectors. Government has to increase the expenditures. So my income is reducing, but expenditure is increasing. So in this scenario, the government has to support the banking and all other sectors. This is a very difficult scenario again on the part of the government. how they will tackle. So particularly the researchers, the financial sector researchers, they have to suggest. There is no other way. You have to find out how to come over these situations. Now it is said that to even to come to the level of the 2019, we may take minimum another 3 years. Means 2023, we may come to the level of 2019. So if now the pandemic situations within a period of 4 to 5 months, a new vaccine comes and there is normalcy everywhere. Again after that, whatever there is the effect is there, we have been affected. To come over that, to come to the normal level, we may come next 3 years. But again, if the situation is more serious, only God knows what will happen to the financial sector of the economy. Because we find that in the last, particularly the last recession period, after some time, the recession depression has also started. And this is also the 2020 scenario. It is going to be another depression in the coming months because quarter after quarter, there are these linkages. Demand is not increasing. So what we have to do? So anyhow, we have to increase the demand. That is the only way. We have to increase the demand. To increase demand means we have to put money into the hand of the people. How to increase, how to give money into the hand of the people? That is another very difficult thing. That is not very easy to think. But again, we have to do. Definitely. I was listening to Professor Maharana. He was saying that the banks are not adequately skilled to do all these things. They are mainly the short-term lenders. So, but now the situation is that we have to lend for a long period of time, and banks are not suitable for that. So, this is the time again we have to go for the type of institutions which have been developed after our independence, like you can say the development financial institutions. The particularly the IDBI, ICICI, all those things were there. Their main purpose was to go for term lendings for the development. So those type of institutions again are to be built. And the existing development financial institutions like say NABARD, you can say the SIDBI and all others, they are to be strengthened. They are to be strengthened. So they can provide the long-term loans to the people and to the institutions, to the microfinance NBFCs who are in need. Because these people, they work in the grassroots level, who can pay to the needy people, who can do some work, who can infuse some funds into their hand, and naturally they can come up. Because here in this case, because pandemic is now it is going to the 12 people also, their jobs, their skills, their work, their incomes, all these are affecting. But one thing here I can note that the agriculture sector is not very bad. Good monsoon is there, so the crop position is not very bad at all. So even though there are some floods in different areas, we hope that lots of good crops happens. So when crops are there, particularly people will not die. And again, if good crops are there, because that is a necessity, money will go into the hands of the poor people, farmers, and all other segments. When money can go into the poor farmers and all others, that money again will come to the market, and market can be stable to some extent, can be stable to some extent. But again, in this case, we have to take note of that, that uh, the forward market systems, there is a market networking systems, and the channel of marketing, they have to be in place. Otherwise, in some place, there is no food, in some other place, overstocking will be there. So I think that the agricultural policy may take note of it, but I do not know whether it will really happen or not. So again, another thing is that during this scenario, one interesting thing you can see that the everything is crashing, everything is going down, but stock market is not falling to that extent. Stock market is around, you can say 3700 or 3800 around this place, and which is nearly what it was there before pandemic situations. So because of these things, we find that many people they are going to stock market, and even during this particular scenario, many women they are also going for the stock tradings. They know how to do trade in the stock market, but very difficult to understand why the stock market uh, has not gone down as it is predicted, but it is in the normal level. Uh, Maybe due to the thing that so lots of you can say the capital infusion is there, the liquidity is available in the market, and that liquidity is going to the stock market for buying for you can say trading in the shares and stocks, and because of that lots of liquidity in the market which is being channelized to the stock market, and there is a artificial demand that is created in the stock market. So the many stock prices they are not low, rather they are rising. Rather they are rising. Even though last week there are some falls, but we don't think they are quite normal level. So stock market is not falling. The credit is falling. The SME segment is not doing well. The tax collection is not good. But stock market, that particular segment of the financial market is somewhat in good condition. Is somewhat in good condition. But how long they will manage their situations, that we have to see. So here in this case, so particularly for recoveries of the situations, we have to be strategical. We have to borrow from the World Bank, IMFs. We have to go for rupee trades with our friendly incomes. We have to do different types of say asset quality that is there in the banks. They had to be revamped. They had to be restructured. This NPA level has to be managed. We have to give jobs to the poor and unemployed people, give some income one way or other. The income has to be provided to them, because if their income is there, they will create demand in the market, and market will revive. Once market is revived, demand is there, or supply will automatically come. So you cannot give, you can say supply is increased only. Supply side increase is dependent on the demand side. So supply side is increased, but demand is not there. So that will never work. So again, everything will come to nil or null situations. So we have to look at primarily at the demand side, the income side of the people. If that is done well, supply will automatically rise. Whether it is supply from the private, whether it is indigenous, whether it is international, supply will come. So that side we need not bother. We have to bother about the demand which is falling, due to which there is recession, due to which there may be depression in the coming period. We only can hope that this type of uh, pandemic situations should come to an end. New vaccines should be developed. Let the situations uh, we can tackle well. We can come over it. We all are healthy. We are not affected by these situations. Let's, you can say, all of you stay healthy, and our economy also stay healthy. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for giving me some minutes to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Elena.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for putting your heart and soul into your presentation, sir. It was simple yet extraordinarily profound and effective. Thank you for the enlightenment you have bestowed upon us. Let us now continue the webinar with the presentation from the keynote speaker with us, Professor Dr. Indrakanti Shekhar, sir. Dr. Indrakanti Shekhar is an Associate Professor, Department of Commerce, Usmania University, Hyderabad, Telangana State, India. He is MCom, MBA, LLB, PhD, and PG Diploma in Computer Applications. He has 20 years of teaching experience in the specializations of accounting, taxation, and e-commerce. Under his supervision, 8 PhDs are undergoing. He has visited many foreign countries for presentation of research papers. He has visited Singapore for presentation of a research paper on international ombudsman and got selected as discussant for US research paper. He is a subject expert and resource person for many institutions, including UGC, HRDC, state government, collegiate education and state government, social welfare and tribal welfare, and intermediate board education. He was awarded as Professor of Commerce for the year 2018 by the Tutors Pride Hyderabad Ideal Teaching Award 2018 on 2nd October 2018. He has published 20 articles in national and international journals of repute. He has presented 42 research papers in national and international seminars and has published 4 books. He is a member in editorial board of Manjeera Journal for Research and Social Science, Zahirabad. He is an executive committee member in Telangana Commerce Association and member in many other associations like All India Commerce Association, All India Accounting Association, Bar Council of Hyderabad, and Osmania University Teachers Association. He rendered service as placement coordinator for 6 years and many students appointed in corporate sector at University College of Commerce and Business Management and University College for Women, Koti Osmania University. So now we want to listen from you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Very nice introduction for me. Is my voice is heardable?
Yes, sir, your voice is very much audible.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. At the outset, before going to my presentation, I must thankful Elena Angona madam because she is my colleague in the refresher course, and I'm very happy that she is invited for this international webinar. It is very relevant for the present situation. Before going into that, just I wanted to share my PPT. Can I?
Surely, sir.
Is it visible now? My screen is visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is visible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Let us come one by one because before going into the subject, I'm very happy to say one of 2 words about Professor Mahendra Kumar Mishra ji, who is the convener of HOD, convener of this international webinar, and also HOD, PG Department of Commerce, Puri, Odisha, and also Dr. Sujata Mishra, who is the principal and the patron of this webinar. I'm very happy, madam, because your college is initiated excellent present webinar, which is relating to the commerce fraternity, and also other guest of honor, Professor Samson Mahorna, is a Dean Birla School of Commerce and Birla Global University, Bhubaneswar, and also addressed by the chief guest, CA Navid Bishwal, and addressed by the guest of honor, Professor P.K. Kota. Maybe sir is recognized to me because we met many times in the All India Commerce conferences along with H. Venkateshwarlu, and addressed by other eminent personalities in the next session. And all the people, many people are there in this particular program. I'm very happy that, and the part of this program is the international program, which is very concerned to the present situation. I'm very happy with this. Let us go into the session, the important aspects of our presentation. Let us come one by one. First, because many students also involved in this, in the webinar, I have seen in the list of participants. So let us come to the basics. What is the financial sector? The financial sector is the, of course, the many speakers have already spoken, but I will come into the fundamentals. The financial sector is a section of the economy made up of firms and institutions that provides financial services to the commercial, retail, consumers. The sector comprises a broad range of industries, including the banks, investment companies, insurance companies, and real estate, etc. Now, in India, we have a lot of institutions who are providing finance. They are also making a lot of problem because of this COVID-19. Then, what are the challenges we need to be discussed in the next slides? I'm very happy to present that because India is facing a lot of problems this COVID, but compared to the world situation, we are managing everything as sir is rightly said that agriculture people and the people who are involving in this financial sector, they are also having money and they are facing a lot of problems even though because of agricultural production is well in India. The many people are basically they are involved in the cropping of some important aspects in India, so that cropping, when they are selling out, they are getting a lot of finance, a lot of money. So money is transferring from one person to another person in the rural area is excellent nowadays because even the COVID effect is also is there, but the people are making their products and croppings and their productivity, everything they are managing. So once we are coming to this, we need to be discussed what are the important aspects of financial sector, how it was impacted with the COVID-19. As Professor P.K. Hota sir is rightly said, then the many people who are comparing with the internationally, but Indian people also is making a lot of efforts to overcome this problem, and we are not much affected compared to the international people because of our environment, because of our traditional aspects, because of many things. But even though, what are the measures have to be taken by the government and also the people and the government, central institution bodies like the Reserve Bank of India and other institutions, we have to think how it was managing the present financial position in the COVID situation. So when we are coming to the financial sectors, we have already some institutions we have already discussed, but we have capital markets, global markets, including Indian capital markets and financial markets. We have many markets, how it was affected with the COVID. When we are coming to this, we need to be think of one by one, step by step, systematically. What are the important aspects and institutions affected from this COVID? We have banking sector, and we have insurance sector. We have non-banking financial services, NBFCs. We have small industries, small financial institutions, small and medium financial institutions, manufacturing institutions. These are all institutions. When they are facing with this employees problem, human resource problem, and financial problems, these are all how it is overcoming through the COVID have to be discussed because we have a lot of challenges, we have a lot of opportunities because of it. We are all living in India. Definitely, we have a lot of opportunities compared to throughout the world. We have a lot of different opportunities which we need to be discussed. So in this, COVID-19 has already had a significant impact on the global financial markets, including India, and it may have accounting and reporting implications because we are all not only financial aspects, we need to be discussed about the accounting aspects also, because sometimes accounting changes, the accounting standard changes, provisions, so sometimes we are also giving a lot of facility and accessibility for the finance. So that is the reason I'm mentioning accounting and reporting implications also. Then as coronavirus continues to spread and more information comes to light, the BFSC sector with 31 March 2020 at the year ends needs to consider this impact on their business and their financial statement reporting. COVID-19 may impact the BFSI sector in a significant way, particularly in their financial reporting, or entitled the following Indian GAAP as well as entity that follows the Indian accounting standards. So this is also one of the important aspects, how we are making the accounting standards for making finance, how best we are managing finance, because sometimes when you are making the accounting standards accessibility, flexibility, so that we can reduce our rate of interest and we can make our accounting reporting system is differently, so that there is a possibility of generating a lot of finance and circulation of finance in the financial sectors and capital markets, so that it automatically generates the income from one person to another person, and they can invest the money from one person to another person. It will be circulated. It will be circulated money from one place to another place, so that credit facility will be increased. So because of that reason, the Indian capital markets and RBI, we have a lot of opportunities to change and to overcome the challenges these particular issues. So let us think what is the important aspects of the banking sector. As RBI already said, 70% of banking debit affected by the COVID-19. So this report is coming from Reserve Bank of India. So in the pandemic situation, how it was affected. The credit risk management is required because of this affected areas, and liquidity, as Nivendu Biswalji is already told. So this is all some important aspects of banking sector, how it was affected. And we need to be taken some measures based on the credit risk management, liquidity, going concern, and impact of subsequent events, revisiting, hedging storages, advertise impact of specific loan convent ratios being tracked. These are all the issues. Particularly, a recent report is given by the Reserve Bank of India in that Apex Bank of institutions, how it was affected, and it was made a list of affected banks and a list of affected institutions. So different institutions, how it was affected, it was made a list. In that, how liquidity management is doing by the bank and what best we can do, it was given in this report. So anyway, so after making, these are all recommendations by Reserve Bank of India, the banks how to overcome this situation. So now you can see in the practically, the many banks are coming forward to provide credits to the small scale sectors and also industries and also even individuals. They are coming with a lot of products, lot of financial products to get on from this particular issue, so that they are using many important aspects, how best we can provide the loans and also the other facilities. So basing on this particular issue, the banks are making themselves how to generate the credit. So after that, then nowadays, because when the people are not working in the COVID situation, when the people are not making transactions, how liquidity generation is made. So as we know, fund managers, and also we have cash management system. The many banks nowadays portfolio system they are using, and they are making money into use. So the people, they can sit at home, they are working from the home, and they can generate the income from different sectors. Like if you take software, if you take some other system, they can also generate projects, they can also work from home, and they can do the services through the internet. So because of that, like us, how best we are teaching to the students nowadays in the COVID situation, because in the University of Osmania, we are providing the online classes to all the PG students and UG students also. Like that, they are very effectively participating in the online classes. So when they are participating, the purpose of objective for teaching is successful. Like that, the financial services also is providing through the online. They are also making a lot of packages, lot of important products. They are providing services through the online, so that they can generate the lot of transaction, generate the services, generate the finance, generate the credit. Like this, they are making a lot of issues. As when they are sitting in the office also, how best they are doing the transaction, they are doing from the home. So this is all different aspects using the technology, how best we can generate the credit in finance. Now the people are thinking. So when we are in the situation, then how best we can do all these aspects from the home. This is all important aspects. Banks are providing their services at the doorstep. They are sending the messages. They are using the social networks. They are making the, now if you take the example of State Bank of India, They are taking WhatsApp group of all salarized people and WhatsApp group for one income level group people. So they are making one group which they can provide the services in that group. So in that group, they are leaving a small information that we are ready to provide you housing loan. We are ready to provide because your records are already approved. Your already history is excellent. Your credits is very excellent with us, so that we are ready to provide you some loans. These sort of information they are providing the WhatsApp and other group social networks, so that the people are attracting and they are taking the loans through online, so that they can start other aspects like doing extending business or doing some construction of house, or they are doing some other developments. So these are all the things is happen nowadays in this situation, because banks are providing loans like this. Earlier, there's a lot of instructions, a lot of problems when you want to take a loan of 1 crore or something. So you have to be produced a lot of documents, but because of RBI and because of central banking system, now banking sector is revised. Their terms and conditions for providing the loans, for providing their financial products. Then what they are doing is they are doing now the loans and other facilities without any much complications. They are providing easy way of loan providing. Earlier, if you want to take a State Bank of India loan for housing loan or extension of business or small sector industries, or if they wanted to extend the business, they need to produce a lot of documents. They need to wait for some time. They need to approve the file. They need to go for some other journal office, regional office, head office. Like this, there is a big protocol earlier. But now they are making all the facilities at the doorstep and they are providing the facilities. This is one of the rapid changes in the banking sector in the present situation. So they are providing the loans at the present situation. And not only that, they are also providing the loans to the agricultural people. They are also they are providing the loans for the rural people. So because the rural activities are going well, if you compare with this urban and rural, the COVID effect is very less at the rural areas. So when rural areas, the people are working there, so they are required some money to make cropping and some other business or small sector industries or something if they want to do. So definitely the banks are coming up for providing the loans. So this is another revolutionary change in the banking when they are providing, because last 1 month we are making an observation and we are making a small investigation on this particular issues. So they're providing the loans by the bank, how it is. So these are all the information we are getting from the rural areas. They are getting a lot of information from the bank. The bank people are going to the people, going to the villages, and they are providing the many types of loans with a small security of their passbooks of land documents. And the state government is giving a passbooks which is meant for the land survey, land registration or something. So taking that security, the banks are providing the loans, and taking some collateral security and some other mobile, immobile securities, banks also is providing the loans. So because of this change, the rural area is making finance and refinance and for production of so many items. So this is one of the reason which is comes from the Reserve Bank of India and capital markets. They are revolutionary changes. And you can see the housing loan rate of interest. If you compare with the last 6 months, it is fall down from 8%, 9% to 8% to 7%. Now it is 7.1%, and we may expect maybe after 2-3 months it may fall down to 6% also. Because the financial institutions, they wanted to make their products very feasibly and very accessible to everyone, so that the people will attract with that and they can start their refinancing and recycling of credit and everything. So this is a big changes we can observe from this banking sector and the COVID impact. And let us go to the NBFCs, non-banking financial companies. The non-banking financial companies also a very important role in the present days, because they need to make the finance where the people cannot approach to the banks. So definitely this is one of the important aspects, because the non-banking sector also is making finance in the domestic areas and domestic loans and other things, because the people who not able to come to the banks, and sometimes this finance also is one of the important role, how the finance is very accessible and very easily getting. So because of this particular facility, the many people who are from the rural area, who are from the local area, who are not able to give all the documents what the bank is expecting, what the regular institutions are expecting to provide the loans. So sometimes if you go for a domestic investment in the regular investment like chitties or something, chit fund companies like this. So these are all the people who are locally very well connected, and they are going to the non-banking financial companies for taking their financial requirements, and they can also start with a small business. Like if you take small retail supermarket, retail shops, not exactly corporate supermarket, retail shops, and they will start with a small sector, and starting with a small ladies emporium and a small cell phone shop or small a little individual proprietorship businesses or something which they wanted to extend or they wanted to continue or they wanted to make something different. Definitely they need to approach the NBFCs. So because of that importance, now the some accessibility is given and some implications has made by the government to provide the finance from the NBFCs. So this is also revolutionary, particularly in Telangana. The government of Telangana is provided some accessibility to the NBFCs to extend their loans up to certain issues, to certain levels. So that is possibility now the people are making some compatibilities. So this is one of the important aspects for the people who are taking from the NBFCs. So in that, if you check into this business model, reassessment they are making. So business model reassessment. So they can change their main organization, main manufacturing, main system of business. They can reassess the line and they can make the different accessibility. And it is also, there are a lot of facilities which they are providing with the other important aspects. Earlier, we have rural areas in small scale investments like self-help groups, and they are also making a cooperative system, and they are making some other system which is not registered, which is not regularized. They are also making their themselves. They are creating a finance and they are investing themselves. And all the people, 10 people, if they are making a small investment and one of them can be taken total amount and they can start their own business for cultivating land or manufacturing cloth or some cotton industry or something. So which is possible in the rural areas like this. Sometimes not exactly banking sector, even NBFCs also is providing the loans. But in the COVID impact, what it has happened is because of non-working of the people, non-cultivation of land, non-activity, non-transaction of something. So there is some impact on this. Particularly as per our survey, we have made a small survey of the project reports. So what it has happened in the local of this particular area is some people are affected and some people are not affected. So we can see compared to this internationally, but India is less affected with the COVID because 50%, 70% people are staying in rural areas, and rural areas activities are going on. It is not yet stopped, and the many people are depending on the rural areas. Because of that reason, they are involving in the basic operations in the agriculture. So these are all basic operations are continuing. There is no stop in that because of lockdown or anything. So because of that particular issue, the people are generating income and refinancing and financing the activities, and they are taking money from the NBFCs, and they are also changing one place to another place sometime for making a lot of activities like production and cropping, and they are doing some cloth business, the cotton business, and they are changing one to another because nowadays you can see Raitu markets are there. The farmers are coming to the market and they are selling some important goods which are very essential for the human beings. So this is all changed. There's a lot of changes in the markets. So definitely the government is provided the facility to come up from the agriculture and rural areas, and they can sell out their products in the one particular markets, which the government of India and the state government also is provided the facility to sell out their products. This is one of the revolutionary changes. Maybe before COVID only it was started, but because of COVID, they're not much affected. They're selling out their products and they are doing everything. When we went to them and we asked them why you are not affected from the COVID, why you are not thinking about COVID, because when you are coming from rural areas and you are doing business here, then you may suspect that you may get some problem from the COVID and health issues and something. Then how do you manage? And they are giving an answer, only one answer. When they are working very hard, they never affected anything. As the Prime Minister of India has rightly said, when we are having fit India, we are all fit in the health, definitely. When we are working very hard in the rural areas, and when they are doing all these activities, they are less affected from the COVID because their immunity system is more. So they are traveling in the sunlight, they are working in the sunlight every day. So because of that reason might be they're not much affected in the COVID. Then they are selling their products, they are generating finance and everything much compared to the other countries. So that might be the reason how the people are doing their businesses, not only from the banking finance, they are also taking finance from the NBFCs. This is one of the important aspects. Then let us come to the next. We have impact and insurance. So insurance, as already many speakers have mentioned, this is mortality claims have come up because insurers will expect it to get it, and a loss of profit. So this may be the reason in the insurance, because IRDA is saying some facility will be provided even during the COVID situation. The insurers should get it not only general health insurance, they should also get it COVID insurance. Now the many insurance companies also is providing the COVID coverage insurance policies. And it may be life insurance, it may be health insurance. These are all the facilities are providing. So definitely sometimes the insurance companies are affected with this. But finally, there are two ways. But one is challenge is they need to make a lot of claims to the people. And sometimes they are also having a lot of other products, which that products is very important for this situation, particularly health situation. So the people are attracting to take the health insurances for covering the COVID situation. So that is the reason why the insurance companies are getting 50-50%. One 50% is lost, 50% is another additional benefits they are getting. So because of that reason, there is a financial and cash flow impact also is there, because the many people are claiming. Sometimes the people are not coming for the insurance because they are not sure of their life, because they are not trusting the situation now. So that is also one of the impact. But some people who are coming for the health insurance for coverage, they wanted to make more insurances. So this may be in the 50-50 situation. Sometimes the banks are getting and insurances are getting like this, and insurance also is getting the problems like this. And let us go to the MSMEs, medium, small, and medium enterprises, how it will be. So these enterprises definitely a lot of impact on the COVID situation, because the people who are working in these companies is not a big shots or something. They are all the medium class people. They are all the poor people sometimes who are working as a labor in that, who are the workmen and who are the staff in that particular institutions. So definitely because of this COVID situation and financial problems, so sometimes they are affecting much with this effect. Then what type of important aspects they can do? So if you come to the systematical study of this, financial institutions need to evaluate and test, implement the business continuously and contingency plan, along with the building business innovations and operational flexibilities. So this shift system and making some facilities to the staff and deciding the hours of working and the minimum people grouping, gathering. So this is all sometimes need to be taken some measures to make productions and making financial positions and everything. The MSC MACs of India are expected to strengthen that role as a key drivers of both economic and employment growth of the country. So this is all after agriculture we have second sector of this. Definitely we need to make them very strong. With an increase of its share, the total employments 50% of the total workforce by 2020 itself. So this is also one of the important suggestions. It is abuses, therefore, that the health of this sector, along with the health of its workers, will determine whether India achieves its dream of becoming the $5 trillion economy. Because many international institutions are looking into that, how the Indian economy is going on. So Indian economy is depending particularly on this, definitely. So how the government of India is taking measures to make all these things, and how best the people are doing the activities. Because of that reason, the strengthening of these are all the aspects are very important, because the drivers of these particular MSMEs are the people who are working in that group. And both of these factors need to be tended and safeguarded. And this is also very important, because if you look into the history of Indian economy, in 1947, after independence, we have an industrial revolution, agricultural revolution. First, we have agricultural revolution, green revolution, then industrial revolution. Now we are making all this averagely we are maintaining, but now it is going on service sector revolutions. We are using technology, we are using computers, we are using internet, and we are using financial services, and we are making a lot of issues, and we are making them very effectively, so that we are running with the financial revolutions, the financial service revolutions. So this service sector, if you want to use and make, because India is having a lot of population, so these are all the people, they wanted to work for the service sector. Definitely, it is a possibility of getting a lot of income generation and making financial generation and making a lot of HR generation. These are all many aspects which will be involved in this. So because of that reason, we need to be provided much training program, much effective program, effective skill program, and we need to provide effective financial program. So effective financial facilities, these are all, if you included in that, so definitely the people are getting much in this financial revolution, so that we will get a lot of important issues. Let us have a small important issues in this India financial sector, how it will be impacted. Then if you come into this table, we can see one or two important issues in this financial sector impact. What is the short-term position, medium-term position, and long-term position? These are all positions. If you look into that, temporary problems are there. So discrepancies are there. So this disturbances, how we can overcome from that. So that is highly impacted, affected sector, because service sector means definitely the many people are working in the financial sector. Many people are working. Many human resources are involving that, and many instruments are involving that. Many technologies are involving in that. So this is a combination of people, combination of technology, combination of instruments. Definitely, there's a lot of impact on this, particularly in short term, because when it is impact, definitely there's many people coming into that, and many people are involving in that aspects, and they are coming into that. So because of that reason, the government of India has taken excellent decision, that lockdown decision in the initial stages. So it might be the good decision, because many people are avoided from the COVID effect, because in the initial stage, the strong of that virus is very effective. So that we have already avoided, that stage is over. Next, medium term. It is shifted to the digital channel. So this demonetization effect and lockdown and increasing stress, lack of economy activities, so these are all second category, because we are changing from zero to something. So that we need to come into the force, because we can't wait the many days. The people who are in India, definitely they are from agriculture background, they are from the rural area, they are from middle class, financial, not all the rich people like US or some other places. So then definitely when you are working, then only it is possible to get some food. Then what is the thing we have to do? Particularly who are service sector who are working. So they are all depending, 90% of people are depending on the financial sector, like banking, insurance, and some other related sectors. So definitely If you are not working in that, so definitely the second category of people. That means after agricultural sector, the financial sector will be affected. The people who are not taking working properly and they're not able to get everything. So this is the medium term. And if come to the long term, because if you think of the big situation, how it will be in the long term, maybe if you take 2 years or 3 years or 5 years of period, then how it will be. Step falls in the rate due to the influx of deposit and drop in the credit demand, stress in the banking due to a strong industry. So this how in the long period how strong you can make your industry and your business and how this can be. But if you come into the GDP, definitely there is a 3.5, 3 to 5%, 2 to 4%, and 1% below. Because if you are the percentage of working people, percentage of involving in the financial sector will be slow down. It will be slow down automatically because people, if it is continuing continuously long term, then the people are affecting more for the virus, and they are all just avoiding the gathering. They are just avoiding the grouping system, group working. So definitely there's a the decrease in the productivity, decrease in the finance, decrease in the agriculture, decrease. Definitely there is a percentage, some percentage of decrease in the production. So because of that reason, GDPs will be affected in the financial year 2021. So this is only estimation figures, and these are all important aspects. How best we can determine the COVID situation and what are the measures to be taken. This is one of the suggestions which we can talk to the people and we can provide the information to the government, we can provide to the information to the financial institutions so that how to overcome the situation. What are the important aspects to be started? As we have already discussed in the banking sector, banking sector already started many measures to overcome the situation. There are our Reserve Bank of India already given information how best we can do all particular issues. So like that, every institution, every sector, like insurance sector, like financial industries, capital market, share markets, everywhere, there's a need of taking policy change. There's a need of taking some, how to manage HR, how to manage agriculture product, how to manage capital markets, how to manage all these things. So if you make all these measures, definitely we can overcome this situation. And this is the present situation which is in front of commerce fraternity. We need to think of this, how best we can manage all these things. So like this, I can conclude with this. So I'm very much thankful for patient listening by everyone. And anyway, the government, what it was taken, the measures are very good and very effective for this present situation. And the topic chosen by the webinar, for this webinar, is excellent. And congratulate for the organizers. Thank you and all.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for an enlightening and entertaining presentation on the right way. We appreciate having changes in roles of many financial players like banking, NBFCs, insurance, and many others in the current pandemic situation clarified very clearly. This was absolutely awe-inspiring. I wholeheartedly appreciate all your efforts, sir. Now, I would like to request Mrs. Sritika Sahu to propose a formal vote of thanks. Smriti, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Elena Kanungo. On behalf of the organizing committee, I deem it great privilege and honor to propose a vote of thanks on this august occasion. My heart fills with gratitude and respect for our distinguished guest speakers, Professor Samson Maharana, C.A. Navendu Biswal, Professor Dr. P.K. Hota, Dr. Indrakanti Shekhar, for not only sparing their valuable time, but also enlightening us with their commendable talk on this topic. Thank you so much for enhancing our understanding on the impact of COVID-19 on finance sector across the world. You all have indeed made this event an unforgettable one. My sincere thanks to our principal madam, Professor Dr. Sujata Mishra, for her unstinted support, guidance, and encouragement in all our efforts. My heartfelt gratitude to our very own Professor Mahendra Kumar Mishra, HOD, Department of Commerce, for his constant support in all our endeavors. I am thankful to all participants for being a part of this webinar and making it a successful one. This event would not have been possible without the efforts of the technical team, Shri Ganesh Prasad Panda and Sonalika Patti, who went an extra mile and worked really hard to organize this webinar. I also want to thank Dr. Elena Kanungo for organizing this event in such a short span of time. And I also want to thank each and every member who is associated in making this webinar a great success. Dear participants, the feedback form has been posted in the chat box. Filling up a feedback form for both the sessions is mandatory for issuance of participation certificates. Please ensure that the feedback form is duly filled up. Now we are taking a short break till 2 p.m. I request everyone to join us again 15 minutes prior to the technical session, that is by 1:45 p.m. sharp. Thank you all. Have a nice day.
Meet again during after the
Please fill the feedback form.
all of you are required to fill up the feedback form, and filling up of the form in both the sessions are important. So I request everyone to kindly join us in the second session, that is in the technical session. Already the link is shared. Now we all will sign off. Thank you for being with us.
I'm audible to you. Yes.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Okay. Then I do one thing. Once it starts, I'll unmute. Right now, I'm keeping muted.
Okay, sure, sir.
Namaskar, sir.
Namaskar. Namaskar.
We are expecting a few more participants
Sir,
and we shall start very soon.
Good afternoon, sir. Namaskar, sir.
Sir, namaskar. Ganesh, how are you?
Yes, sir. Sir, I'm fine. Sir.
Okay.
How are you, sir?
It's good you are back. Okay, we'll meet soon. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, all. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all to the technical session of the webinar. This session is significant because sharing of knowledge will broaden our horizon on the topic of COVID-19, which has badly affected our lives and crippled the whole economy. We are indeed fortunate to have with us Professor Dr. Sabat Digal and Dr. Devika Agarwal, Assistant Professor in Commerce, Biani Group of Institutions, Jaipur, Rajasthan, as experts for this session. Dr. Sabat Kumar Digal started his career in the field in teaching with the degree college in Purulia, West Bengal. Thereafter, he joined his own alma mater, the PG Department of Commerce, Utkal University, Bhubaneswar, on June 2004 and continued till July 2018. Dr. Sabat's doctoral degree research was on the competencies of women entrepreneurs of tribal and non-tribal districts of Orissa. Thereafter, his research has mainly centered on the micro enterprises and financial education in the tribal and rural areas. Besides research, his areas of teaching interest lie in international finance, financial institutions and markets, and microfinance and entrepreneurial finance. Dr. Sabat was an empaneled certified resource person of Securities and Exchange Board of India, that is SEBI, which supports the cause of financial inclusion in the tribal and remotest areas of the state. He has made many studies on the prospect of entrepreneurship among the graduates, turmeric growing Kandha tribes of Orissa, and the vending zone owners. Currently, he is pursuing research on the feasibility of entrepreneurship among the rural people at the panchayat level by using locally available products. As on date, Dr. Sabat has published 45 articles in various national and international journals, published 3 books, and presented research papers in about 60 national and international seminars and conferences. He has successfully guided 3 doctoral scholars and 17 MPhil scholars. Currently, Dr. Sabat Kumar Digal is working as an associate professor in Ramadevi University, Bhubaneswar. Sir, I kindly request you to give your talk.
Thank you, Dr. Smriti Rekha. I think my screen is visible to all of you. My PPT is visible?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Thank you. So, respected Principal Dr. Sujata Mishra, Head of the Department Dr. Mahendra Kumar Mishra, Organizing Secretary Dr. Elena Kanungo, Coordinator Dr. Smriti Rekha Sahu, my teacher and who was the previous speaker in the previous session, Professor Samson Maharana, Professor Prabodh Kumar Hota, the keynote speaker, Dr. Indrakanti Sekhar from Osmania University, chief guest, Chartered Accountant Nabendu Vishwal, and my next speaker, Dr. Devika. all the participants, organizers, and ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me and giving me time to share my thoughts. At the outset, I actually congratulate the Postgraduate Department of Commerce, S.C.S. Autonomous College Puri, for organizing a webinar. Honestly, I thought this is a normal webinar where you organize for a record purpose. But I have been there throughout from the beginning because my teachers were there, and I found it very enriching. So I really congratulate the organizers for having seen that quality or the substance is not missed. So having said it, I just don't understand whether I really fit into this or not. And before I proceed, also my apologies to Dr. Devika. Maybe I'll slightly engross into your transgress into your time. If I'm so, then please forgive me. And Dr. Elena or Dr. Smritireka, if I'm exceeding my time, please stop me. You say that, and in case I'm not audible or my screen is not visible, do stop me. If you don't, I believe that everything is going normal. So thank you very much for that. We had very lively discussions in the morning. I'm I'm quoting few of the things because this will set the context for my discussions. Professor Samson Maharana had talked about the need for economic system and emphasized on digitization and digitalization, and also talked about neo-banking, the important role of neo-banking. Then chartered accountant Nabendu Vishwal touched up a range of topics, right from the projections of by different institutions about accounting standards, so many things. Then Dr. P.K. Hota, he again stressed or emphasized on digitalization, and he very rightly mentioned that government is facing the two-pronged attack. What is that? One is by reduced revenue collections and enhanced spendings. And then he emphasized on the systems for infrastructure development. And also you rightly showed his puzzle, bemusement that if everything is going down, how come stock market is really going up? Anyway, it's not part of discussion, we'll not discuss, but that is what he had done. And then Dr. Indrakanti Sekhar again talked about so many things. He went even one step forward and mentioned about his research, he shared his research that how that SBI or some other banks have taken steps by creating WhatsApp groups and getting the customers, and he even gave the projections of short term, medium term, and long term. So why I'm giving all this, that these all have been discussed, and I also have one more speaker to speak after me. And when this is there, then what exactly I'll speak, I didn't know. So what I did is that I structured my presentation and I gave a name to it. That what I'll come to that. You see that as you see here that so much of knowledge was there, and by this time you have so many certificates, I'm sure, and you have listened to so many speakers across not only the country, across the globe. So it's really a challenge for a resource person to speak on that. So what I did is that taking all these challenges and all that has already been discussed, what I did, I have titled my presentation as Evolving Trends, I repeat, Evolving Trends in the Financial Sector. Evolving trends in the financial sector and some thoughts. And these evolving trends in what? This financial sector when our economy is really faltering. So what are those trends? So what I'm trying to focus on this is, I'm not going to show you what are the projections, which I already have in the slides, but has already been discussed. My focus will be, is the problem really thrust upon us all of a sudden, or we had enough of symptoms of this, or we had trends coming and knocking on the door, but we failed to wake up. If probably would have woken up, the impact that you are facing today, that could have been lessened. That shock could have been absorbed much easier than this. So that's what I'm going to do. So my flow of thoughts, not the outline of presentation, is global financial sector, which has already been discussed. The impact of pandemic has also already been discussed. I won't focus much on that, but I'll focus on the evolving trends before the pandemic and what is the new normal in the financial sector and the way forward. Now, by this time, with the discussions from the pre-lunch session, we have come to a conclusion, like we almost understand, we agree that development of the country or the economy largely depends upon the development of financial sector. If this is the case, then what had been the transitions, that what transitions have been affected by the financial sector? We are today It was, of course, before the pandemic, but now we are from secure to the VUCA world. All of you know what is VUCA, that volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, which was a very popular term, and now we are into VUCA world. Before pandemic also we were unsecured, but now it is having more meaning. It has many connotations, very meaningful connotations. Then today we are no more talking about different countries. We are comparing about FANG, BAT, and Hrithik companies. All of us know these FANGs are nothing but American companies. BAT is from Chinese companies, and Hrithik is Indian companies. So this FANG, as you see that, so Facebook, Apple, Amazon, Netflix, Google. Similarly, BAT is Baidu, Alibaba, Tencent. Hrithik, all of you know that. So what I'm trying to say is that today, if you don't talk about the country, we talk about these companies, and all these companies are actually technology-driven companies. Technology-driven companies, and these companies have really fared well. They have done good during this pandemic time. But why they have done good? Even this comparison was there before pandemic, much before the pandemic. That means they may not have really anticipated this problem, but they were well prepared for this. And today, of all the sectors, some sectors that are really doing good, you'll find many sectors, many companies are sharing the same features that these companies have. And we have transitioned from linear to the circular economy, or circular is a shared economy. Earlier in linear economy, we believed that take, make, and dispose, that go use and throw, we believed. But today we are talking about make, use, and return. We are not only talking about reuse, use includes reuse, and also we are saying return that things. Why? It is because earlier we thought resources were infinite, but today we have realized that we do not have infinite resources, we have very finite resources. And those who are realizing this, or those who have already realized, they're actually thriving. And you find a new term called gig economy, P2P, collaborative lending, all those you find. And there's a huge talk about, enormous talk, of course it was there before pandemic, that talk about the green economy. So these are the transitions which have been affected by these financial sectors. And then these are the state of economy before the pandemic. All of us know, I'm not talking about this, you know about Oxfam study, United Nations studies, all those were there that you all know. So I'm not focusing on that. So what has been the impact of the pandemic on the world? And when I say the world, I talk about the financial sector. One good part about this pandemic was that it did not create any difference between the rich and poor people or rich and poor world. Rich world is as the rich world is as affected as or affected as the poor world. But everywhere, be it a global financial crisis or any pandemic that we have now, or we had in a Spanish flu type, that most of the time we find that whenever there is a pandemic or crisis, poor are mostly affected. But difference between this and previous ones is what it halted the movement of entire human and capital. During 2008 and 9, we had the movement of capital which was being halted. But today we have both human and capital having halted. And there are so many stimulus packages, furlough schemes, reverse migration. Today we are talking about reverse migration. Then work from home, which all of us have been doing now. I'm sitting at home, you are sitting at your home in your own places, and you are doing all that you have been doing. And there has been surge in online activities. It is good. This is what was required. But along with this, there is another challenge which is coming, is the surge in online frauds. I'm sure all of you have gone through the news that last month, of course, it was there, that in 2019 and until today, the total loss to all the online companies, including banks and financial institutions, is about more than 2.5 billion rupees. So it's a huge one. So we are always occupied with other things, so we don't pay attention to this. But these are the problems. So these are all been the global impact. These impacts have been said by WTO. You can go to UNCTAD, IMF. These have all been discussed. I'm not talking about that. Even World Bank, OECD, they have all given these projections. And all those projections are giving a very pessimistic view. They say that we are already going down. And similar are the projections on Indian economy. They say that Indian economy is the hardest, the worst hit. And you see that these figures all have been discussed, yes and no. And when we say that it was the minus 23.9% negative growth, Pranab Sen, who is a former statistician, he says, no, it is not 23.9, it's about 35%. It makes a lot of sense. and it may not make sense to other people, but when it's like you and me, like commerce and management people, management students or teachers, it makes a lot of sense to that. And it say that our GDP contraction is more than it is more in 40 years. It has never happened in last 40 years, and it's the steepest shrink in G2 countries. And you look at SBI, NCR, all of them have given this. So all those have given, I'm not talking about that. And what is important here is that you find that new job creators. What are the new job creators? That construction sector, trade, hotels, transport, hardest hit, manufacturing, mining, industrial, everything has been hit. And what Professor Hota was talking about, that government is facing the two-pronged attack. That is, GST collection is going down. Even collection from disinvestment also has gone down. In GST collection, we have roughly collecting about 68,000 crores against the monthly target of 1 lakh crores. And in case of disinvestment, that we are collecting about 16,000 crores, is a very meager against the target of 2.10 lakh crores. So this is the case, and all those projections we have seen. Now, when all those projections are there and we are already facing, again, I come back to my own point, that what I wanted to say, that is it what thrust upon us because of pandemic, or there are symptoms, or there are trends which we fail to read. If we have failed to read, that means we have lagged in our action. And if you have lagged in action, that means obviously the impact will be more. Whether you have 20 lakh crores of stimulus package, or you have furlough schemes, or whatever schemes you have, those cannot match the wrought havoc by this pandemic. So what are the trends before? And these trends, when you devise the strategies, like in a seminar you have mentioned, what are the perspectives, and then strategies, policies and strategies. So before you devise the strategies, we need to understand that these are all sectors which are actually impacting, or these are all which are impacting financial sector. So let's see, these were not with the COVID, but before the COVID, what is the trend? Trend was we're going actually digital by default. That Amazon, Jio, Flipkart, they were the leaders, and today also they are the leaders. But have you really learned any lesson by seeing the technological companies taking over the traditional companies? You know, Tatas, Birlas, Dalmias, they took 30 to 40 years to become what they are today. But if you look at this Amazon, Jio, or what, within 10 years, just more than a decade, they have achieved the stardom, or they have achieved, or they have reached to a level where the Tatas, Birlas have reached. And then we were into sharing economy, and that spoke about the popularity of Ola, Uber, Oyo, and all that. But really, we learned any lesson from that. Then health and wellness was in the focus. That you see that Saffola, if you recall the advertisements of Saffola, or even Tata Sampann, or even Pandit Ravi Shankar's Art of Living, that we always focused on health. Today in pandemic, we are talking about health. I'm sure many of the participants will be thinking, sir, it is about financial sector or it's about health. Please remember, you cannot think of financial sector without thinking of all this that I'm going to discuss about. They are all going to affect our financial sector, or even financial sector affects this. So which one what, that's a different issue. But without this, we can never have a proper financial sector, and we can never shield our financial sector being affected on that. Then we are also going for the experience economy. Experience, and that storytelling was actually growing in prominence. And there is a delicious display. And if you look at the PVR cinemas, the popularity is more because of the experience that we have in those. But probably we have failed in reading the trends. Then we had national pride. What is the national pride? Here in national pride, I do not only talk about culture and values. I also talk about, go to USA. We had issues about H1B visa. Long before this pandemic, Trump was talking about that, and he had imposed a lot of restrictions. We had a lot of fight between America and China, even America and Iran. So all those were there. And taking this national pride, Amul and Patanjali became billionaire companies. Of course, Amul was much before that, but they became that. So they had understood the trend. Probably we didn't understand, or we failed to read, or failed to take action. And then there is rising aspiration. What is the rising aspiration? That people wanted to go for a best brand, world-class products. But today we are talking about that vocal for local. We can go for vocal for local, provided we actually make them best brands of the world. If you are making the best brands of the world, then only you can go for it. And then we are in the age of connections. Today, because of this connectivity that we are meeting, interacting with each other despite being far away from each other. And these were already there. And data analytics was really trending. That time before the pandemic, AI or the artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality was transitioning. That was no more a trend. That was transitioning to deep thinking and neural networks. And I always say that deep thinking is something which is engrossed or embedded into Indian traditions and values, and then neural networks. And today we are talking about the coding. What again I emphasize is that these were all the trends which we have failed to read or failed to take proper cognizance of, and because of which the kind of shock that we are having today, or the kind of shock that we have is there. If you would have acted on this, you would have taken cognizance of this, probably it would have been different. And today we have all loneliness that again affects the financial sector, because time will come, maybe after 15 or 20 years, we'll have more elderly people with no job, with no pension, and banks, all those who are like, let's take for the example, State Bank of India, which boasts of largest number of customers, but time will come when bank will be having largest number of customers, but these customers may also become liability for them. And if that is the case, this bank being the largest lender in the country might affect our financial sector to a great extent. And we need to understand this, that how it's affecting. And we have digital addiction, but today you find that how digital addiction has created a lot of health issues. And all of us, when we are going for few hours of exposure to mobiles and classes, what kind of problems we are facing, that all of us know. Then we have technology affinity, that you understand this, that the first hotel, the Swiss restaurant, had displayed all its menu cards. It was displayed on the iPads. And today, even in Bhubaneswar, you find that we have some restaurants or hotels where you do not have human beings, have chefs, that you have all the robots. And then the last trend was people always demanded. What's the demand? People demanded that they wanted to go for the brands doing good to the people of the planet. Now time has come to develop the financial sector through those companies or through those sectors, those companies that really do good to the people and to the planet. If you are not doing that, that will really affect the planet. So having said it, that what is the new normal today? There are so many, but I'll just focus on one thing, that the infodemic. We have so much of information. In previous slides, I had given you so much of data. And the moment I have given data, I had collected in the morning, but by this time, the same data must have been changed. So you have so much of information. We have misinformation, we have wrong information, that is also affecting our financial sector. And that could be what Professor Hota was saying, that why the stock market is not going down despite all sectors going down. Could be this infodemic. And if this infodemic is ruling the roost, then how we actually become self-reliant, what a country wants us to become. How to become self-reliant. Today, if you want to protect our financial sector, we want to make it thriving, then we have to become self-reliant. But how to become self-reliant when we have so much of things and we have actually failed to read the trends? So this is again the new trend, SMS. All of you know this SMS is going to rule the roost, is going to rule, or this is going to affect our financial sector. Already about share more, buy less, I have discussed. This is what is being done today. And then only I'll say one thing is that maybe time will come when we'll have personal robots also at home, because we are so dependent on others and we have not become self-reliant. And to become self-reliant, that we may have to have personal robots also, that will affect our financial sector. So what is the way forward here? That we need to have micro efforts for macro effect. We cannot think of something as large or as big as for a country, but we need to have small steps taken for different areas, like what Dr. Indra Kanti Sekhar was talking about, that in State Bank of India has created WhatsApp groups for few people, those who have good credit rating, those who have good credit history. Like that, we need to have maybe block specific, maybe district specific efforts, which will have, or which combined together will have macro effect. Then only we can think of sustainable macroeconomic management. Without that, we cannot. And this word might sound very odd to you here, corporate governance, but without corporate governance, we cannot have proper financial sector. we cannot have that. So to have proper financial sector, we need to have this. I understand again that this might sound very disjointed, but this is what maybe in days to come that will sound very good. And we had Internet of Things, but today we need to have Splinternet of Things. Time is not there. If somebody asks, I'll discuss, but we need to have that. And then we have to transition from culture of vulture. What is the culture of vulture? I just focus one line on that. That earlier, when we talked about revolver means it already meant Nazi. But today, even if you talk about Nazi, you talk about checkbook. It means checkbook today. And this one, if you read these two books, you'll find that how this culture of vulture has to transition to protect the financial sector. If you do that, then this will result in the development of financial sector, and the development of financial sector not only will result in green and environmental economy, but also that will give us economic benefit. If this economic benefit is there, then only we can have desired level of GDP growth, because in one of the slides I had mentioned, but I didn't say that we need to have about 8%. We need to have 8% GDP growth to generate about 90 million jobs in the non-farm sector. So if we don't focus on all these areas, then we cannot have sustained GDP growth. And if we are not having sustained GDP growth, we cannot actually have jobs. And if we are not having jobs, then we'll have all the social problems, and the social problems will overtake or influence the financial sector. And then the last one, I say that if you take all this, then we can really focus on both thriving economy, also the growing economy. There is a time before COVID, we talked about thriving economy, but we are now talking about only growing economy. See that within the span of 6 months, that our strategy of thriving has been changed to growing economy. Growing economy. So this was all about what I have discussed, or what I had to discuss. But I'm also sure that I'm very aware of the fact, which you can see, that when earlier seminars were going on, people used to sleep in the chairs, but now it's very nice to sleep at home and do. I don't know how many of you have listened to me, because it was post lunch and already had been discussed, and I had mentioned you have so many webinar certificates. But this is what I wanted to say. But again, emphasize on this, that if you want to develop the financial sector, you must read the trends. And if you are not able to read the trends, you can never develop. You means we can never develop or the protect financial sector. So it's important to understand, to take cognizance of the trends, and then only we can actually take steps to protect or make financial sector thrive. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. I again thank the department for taking this initiative of knowledge enhancement. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful talk and presentation. The presentation was indeed very lucid, and we all could absolutely relate to it. You have indeed raised the spirit of this event by taking it to the next level. Our next speaker is Dr. Devika Agarwal, who is an academician and a soft skill trainer who holds 15 years of experience in the industry, academia, and research. Her areas of expertise are microinsurance and solid waste management. Besides her graduation and post-graduation in commerce, she completed her PhD in commerce from University of Rajasthan. She also holds a professional MBA degree in marketing. She is currently pursuing postdoctoral fellowship with the Indian Council of Social Science Research, New Delhi. Dr. Devika has organized and conducted several faculty development programs, student orientation programs, and international conferences sponsored by several government institutions like AICTE, ICSSR, and UGC. She has contributed number of research articles in national and international journals, indexed in Scopus and UGC Cared List. She presented her research work at various national and international conferences and published a book on impact of micro-insurance schemes, a case study of Rajasthan. As a soft skill trainer and career counselor, she has made many YouTube videos, written blogs, and articles in renowned newspapers like DNA and Rajasthan Patrika. She has trained more than 3,000 management students and company secretaries and has been instrumental in providing placement to 400 plus management students. She received an award for professional excellence from the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, Jaipur chapter, and Professional Achievement Award from the Indian Institute of Event Management. So, ma'am, over to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Dr. Rekha Sahu, I'm really humbled by your kind words. I hope I'm audible.
Absolutely, you're audible.
Okay. Uh, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to be a part of such a mega event wherein there is a congregation of knowledge and intellect. I would also like to express my agreement with whatever Dr. Sabat Kumar just presented and said that we cannot see financial sector in isolation because it impacts each and every part of the economy. So let me start. I would like to, as everybody has already spoken a lot about the financial sector, I would like to briefly summarize what exactly is the current scenario as far as the financial service sector is concerned and how it has been impacted by COVID-19. Uh, Let me start off with my presentation first. Okay. So COVID-19 outbreak has been a black swan for the entire world and impacted adversely on human lives, economies, and society as a whole. So during the pandemic, we have witnessed that Yes Bank crisis, and as per the Moody's rating agency, Indian banking sector growth has moved to negative. Indian banking sector's growth has become a challenge today, and it has impacted best of the companies and businesses that were otherwise considered to be viable before the outbreak. Uh, this most dreaded pandemic ever known to the human race has exclusively impacted 19 sectors with 15.5 lakh crore of debt, which were not considered under stress earlier. The wholesale and the retail trade are the worst affected with an outstanding debt of 5.4 lakh crores, while the agriculture and the allied product sector has a debt of around 9.8 lakh crores, which was not under stress before the outbreak of this pandemic. The NBFC, that is the non-banking financial companies, have the highest debt of 7.98 lakh crores among those of the 11 sectors which were already under stress even before this outbreak. So banks are risk averse to restructuring of loans in these vulnerable times due to the distasteful past experiences. Now, if we take a closer look into the impact of COVID-19 now over the BFSI sector or the banking or financial services and the insurance sector, there are five domains which can be identified which have impacted the sector adversely. The first being the non-performing assets. So the banks are likely to see an increase in the NPA ratio by 1.9% as per the S&P Global Ratings of 2020. It further alarms that the bank credit cost ratio may worsen by around 130 basis points. As far as the non-performing assets are concerned, it is just a tip of the iceberg. In current scenario, even the banks have a cash liquidity of over 4 lakh crores, but they are playing defensive in loan provision due to the risk aversion strategy and volatile conditions in the it is anticipated that there will be an increase in the NPA in the near future. The easy money lending policy adopted by the banks earlier has resulted in a growing number of bad loans in their balance sheets, which are now seeking a resolution under the India's bankruptcy code. This may raise a bar of expected asset quality in 2021 as far as the collaterals are concerned. A record low in the return on asset ratio has been projected for the financial sector due to the increasing credit cost coupled with the low credit growth. The ROA is expected to reduce by 50 to 90 basis points in the year 2021. The only exception being the State Bank of India, which has recently witnessed a 4-year high in ROA in the financial year 2020. But the conditions may not remain the same even for SBI as far as the financial year 2021 is concerned. The capital adequacy ratio, the CAR, and the current and the saving account ratio have been on a decline, which has also adversely impacted the net interest margin of the financial institutions. It is dreaded that it will be further reduced in turn increasing the bank's NPAs. There may arise a need for additional disclosures in the financial statements and computation of capital adequacy for COVID-19 if any inadequate collateral availability is found. The maintenance of a robust risk management system and close monitoring of borrowers' financial health may become cumbersome for banks. Non-performing assets may increase many folds post-COVID also. Uh, to address the problem of liquidity and capital inadequacy, Reserve Bank of India has tried to facilitate and mitigate, facilitate the lending institutions with monetary interventions and mitigations. As we already know that the repo rate and the reverse repo rate has been reduced to 4% and 3.35%, and the bank rate has been reduced to 4.25 and CRR to 3%. These steps were to push the lending rates down, encourage banks to infuse liquidity and money into the productive sectors, and mitigate economic stress. However, to check the deployment of funds in the permissible long-term repos and to avoid any asset liability mismatches, the banks have to analyze its impact on net demand and time liabilities and credit risk associated. The reduced CRR maintenance to 80% will allow the banks to use excess money, although aggregate CRR has to be maintained on the overall basis. The Reserve Bank of India also provided a waiver to the borrowers by allowing a moratorium in paying EMIs for next 6 months, that is from starting from March to August 2020. However, the banks need to monitor the borrowers who are facing long-term financial crisis already much before COVID. RBI, through changes in the monetary policy and the government through its stimulus package, that is the Atmanirbhar package of 20 lakh crores, have put a step forward to induce liquidity into the economy. But creation of customer credit and prudent credit risk management is the need of the hour. As Dr. Sabat already said, we don't have a magic wand which we just run around and things will be improved with a blink. So these things are going to take time, and how the things turn up, we really have to wait and watch. As far as the non-banking financial companies are concerned, right now their scenario seems to be more vulnerable compared to the banks. According to the Economic Times report of April 2020, NBFCs are currently having 60 to 70,000 crore worth of debt repayments. Indian banks have lent over 8 trillion to NBFCs as according to RBI. And this money has been further lent by the NBFCs to the small and micro enterprises, which may become defaulters in the near future due to pandemic-induced recession and restrictions in the business activities. Hence, repayments of debt may become a task for NBFCs. At the same time, this delay in the EMI payments from NBFC's customers due to the moratorium will slow down further loan disbursements and finally affect the GDP, reducing the liquidity further in the economy. RBI has announced a 30,000 crore special liquidity facility for the NBFCs as a part of 20 lakh crore stimulus package. The NBFCs have to maintain the capital to risk asset ratio of 15%. However, it seems that they are going to face a potential fall of around 30 to 70% in the earnings in the next financial year, that is 2021. As far as the impact on the insurance companies is concerned, they have also been affected as adversely by losing around 30% of the life insurance business in March 20 and non-life corporate renewals in April 2020. Since the risk of COVID-19 is not currently priced under the active policies, an additional burden on the books of the insurers is significant. The brighter side can be seen as being that the experts feel that the pandemic is not going to impact the insurers much because the rate of planned surgeries is low at the moment. However, it will ultimately increase in the near future as the postponement of such planned surgeries may not be possible for long. The escalation of claims due to COVID 19 may lead to the rise of overpricing of these products. The induced lockdown, slowdown of economic activities, and monetary crunch in general has reduced new vehicle purchases, and insurance sector may face degrowth in motor segment by almost 11%. So in the end, I would like to say that the current scenario of financial sector seems less promising and may take a while to recover depending on the intensity and the duration of COVID-19 existence. The government stimulus package and changes in the monetary policy may help boost the sector in the long run. The new opportunities of exports due to increasing hostility against China, as well as encouragement of MSMEs, can further provide a thrust to the financial sector and can help in changing the economic scenario of the country. So right now we can only say that let's keep our faces forward and towards the sunshine, and shadows will definitely fall behind. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, madam, for putting your heart and soul into this presentation. It was ordinarily profound and effective. At this time of crisis, it is important that we share our insights and thoughts, helping each other to contain and mitigate the impact of COVID-19 on the financial system and the broader economy. So we shall now begin with our paper presentations. I request all paper presenters to be ready with their presentations. You will be given 5 minutes to present your paper, and it's a humble request to please stick to time. After the end of this paper presentation session, we will be announcing the Best Paper Award. Now I request Dr. Devika Agarwal to announce the name of the paper presenter.
The first paper presenter is Shruti S. She's a student of MCOM in finance, and her title of the paper is Impact of COVID-19 in Indian Banking Sector. So I invite Shruti S. to please start.
Shruti, yes, ma'am. Actually, in which name you are joining?
Shruti, yes, ma'am. Can you please raise your hand so that we'll be able to recognize you, ma'am? Ma'am, are you present there? Shruti S, ma'am. Ma'am, if you are there, please raise your hand.
I guess she's not there. We can move on with the next presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the next presenter is DPS Samantha, Dr. BCM Patnayak, and Dr. Ipshita
Ma'am
Satpatri.
Shruti, yes, madam is there. Is
She's
present
there?
now. She is
Okay,
present.
okay. Please
Okay.
present your paper.
Shruti, yes, ma'am, please
Yes.
raise your hand.
Yeah. I'm able to find her. Yes.
Make her a co-host.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, you're audible, ma'am. Ma'am, would you like to present your PPT yourself, or do you want us to play the PPT, ma'am?
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Not now, ma'am.
Please share the.
Please share the screen, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, is it now visible?
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, okay. All right.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, one and all. I'm Shruti S. from Department of Commerce, University of Kerala. I'm first year postgraduate student. The topic of my presentation is implications of COVID-19 on Indian banking sector. COVID-19 is without a doubt one of the greatest worldwide occasions of our lifetimes. The banks in India have concentrated on keeping up basic staffs at branches and have briefly deployed staff to oversee on the web or telephonic inquiries from clients. We have all know this will be a basic as COVID-19 is probably going to have a deployed effect and banking contracts will aspects of our company. All things considered, most banks has tended to the prompt difficulties of COVID-19 identified with ensuring staff and offerly truly necessary types of assistance to the clients. And next we move on to the objectives of the study. My objectives of my study is based on two. The first one is to study about the impact of COVID-19 in Indian banking sector, and second one to analyze the key areas of banking field affected due to COVID-19. And the research methodology I use for my study is based on secondary sources of data, which includes articles from websites, etc. And next we move on to the impact of COVID-19 in Indian banking sector. The first impact which can be seen is the client assistance and advice. In the absence of liquid and well-functioning bond market, given in the extraordinary nature of the crisis and given the dependence on the Indian economy on banks, the banking system needs to set up to provide the necessary credit to firms as well as the households. Otherwise, for too many enterprises will be getting the destroyed and unemployment will go up. And a few banks have made interest in innovation and advanced changes over the recent years. A great deal of them be at that is may be critical. And the second one is management, which means that even with the Indian government's boost budgets and RBI liquidity measures, banks can accept an expansion in advanced default as borrowers across client bunches and battle to make installments despite a monetary emergency, which means a large number of NPA which can be seen in banking sector with the impact of COVID-19. And the third one is income compression, which means the revenue from retail and banking businesses is falling forcefully as hidden utilization and exchanges have been seen as potential exploitation. And also, essentially dimensioning net premium edges, salary from installments, and other expense based on administrations are hit by the general decrease in monetary action. And the fourth one is working models adjustments, cost elasticity, and innovation. Over the following note quarters, the financial segment will confront the misalignment between the transient expenses and income because of the monetary effect of COVID-19. And the banks would need to audit and organize current undertakings to guarantee designation of assets to the most weakened needs. And next, we move on to the four key areas where the banking field has been affected due to COVID-19. The first key area is credit management. The capital of numerous customers and organizations will fall as absence of interest moves towards into lower business incomes and representative cutbacks. And these will be a cause and expansion in both business as well as the retail non-performing credit. And also it will be.
Please conclude, ma'am. Ma'am,
Okay,
Shruti,
ma'am.
yes, ma'am. Ma'am, could
Okay,
you
ma'am.
please conclude? You have left with just 1 minute.
Okay, ma'am. And the conclusion of my study is that the COVID-19 is without a doubt of the greatest worldwide occasions of our lifetimes, introducing the phenomenal difficulties to numerous business, governments, and the individual everywhere throughout the world. And the pandemic still stays a well-being, a philanthropic emergency, and the business and the financial effect has been profound and sweeping. And the monetary administrations firms especially have the chance to support the organization's climate and the financial downturn and the exposure of the current tenants also. And these are the references which I used to conduct my study. Thank you, sir, for giving me an opportunity to present my paper.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next presenter now is our DPS Samantha, Dr. BCM Patnaik, and Dr. Ipshita Satpathy. The title of their paper is Impact of COVID-19 on Unorganized Sector and Analysis on UPI Payment Adoption. I invite, I hope all the three or one of you must be presenting, so I invite whosoever wants to present this paper.
Please raise your hand. Who will present?
DPS Samantha, sir, are you present there? So could
No,
you please raise your hand, sir? DPS Samantha, sir, could you
no,
please raise your hand?
is not there.
Dr. Patnaik or Dr. Ipshita, any one of you.
Please raise your hand
Ipshita ma'am.
so that we can recognize you.
Okay. We shall move to the third one, ma'am, because I don't think they're present here, ma'am.
Right, ma'am.
Yes.
Right, ma'am.
Okay.
So the third presenter is Maria Susan Matthew. She is from Henry Baker College, Kerala, and her title of the paper is Impact of COVID-19 on Banking Industry.
Yes.
Miss Matthew?
Yes,
Matthew, ma'am, can you please raise your hand, ma'am?
Yes, I have make her the co-host. Now
Okay.
she can present.
Ma'am, would you like to share your screen, ma'am, or you want us to share your screen, ma'am?
I'll
Matthew,
share
ma'am?
my screen. I'll share my
Okay,
screen.
okay, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am, you're audible, ma'am. You
Okay,
can share
go
your
on.
screen, ma'am.
Please go on.
A very good afternoon to the respected resource persons, Dr. Sabat Kumar Dekal and Dr. Devika, the organizers and all the participants. Myself, Maria Susan Matthew, Assistant Professor, Henry Baker College, Kerala. The title of my paper is Impact of COVID-19 on Banking Industry. Before I begin, I would like to remind you that my study is a brief one confined only to the impact of COVID on common people, that is the customers and the most important internal stakeholders, employees. So, introduction. Banking sector occupies a very significant place in every economy and is one of the fastest growing sectors in a country like India. But COVID-19 pandemic caused a pause in the fast growth of banking industry. The uncertainty of COVID-19 will remain for an unforeseeable future, remaining a health and humanitarian crisis. The economic impact is deep and far-reaching. As the economic fallout spreads, retail banks find it very difficult in dealing some major issues that arrived due to the pandemic. Statement of the problem. Banks need to consider the immediate needs of people regardless of the pandemic. The pandemic may cause serious implications on the service takers, that is the customers, and the service providers, that is employees. This study is undertaken to study the impact of the pandemic on customers and employees. Scope of the study. This study is conducted to analyze the impact of COVID-19 on customers and employees of bank. It is confined to different bank branches in Kanjapati Taluk of Kottayam District, Kerala. The samples are selected from customers and employees of public and private sector banks in Kanjapati Taluk. Objectives of the study: to analyze, just a minute, sir, there is a problem. To analyze the impact of COVID-19 on the customers, the sub-objectives are to identify the level of awareness towards various products and services that are available, and to examine the issues faced by customers in transacting, and to evaluate the satisfaction of customers towards banking during COVID-19 pandemic. And the second main objective is to analyze the impact of COVID-19 on the employees of bank. The sub-objectives are to examine the issues faced by employees during COVID-19 pandemic and to analyze the level of employee satisfaction toward various facilities provided. The research methodology, source of data, primary source is collected with structured questionnaires specially prepared for this survey and is collected from customers and employees of Kanjapati Taluk. Secondary data is collected from websites and banks. The sample design, the sampling method is for collecting primary data is simple random sampling, and the sampling method used for collecting data from employees is stratified sampling. The sample size is 50 customers and 50 employees each. Hypothesis, null hypothesis is there is no significant difference in satisfaction of customers based on type of bank. There is the alternative hypothesis, there is significant difference in satisfaction of customers on the type of bank. And the second hypothesis is there is no significant difference in satisfaction of employees based on type of banks, and the alternative hypothesis there is no significant difference in satisfaction of employees. There is significant difference in satisfaction of employees based on type of bank. And the major findings are regarding awareness. 74% of customers are aware of payment using cards. And regarding perception, based on performance, majority of customers strongly agree that COVID-19 led to change in performance of banks. Based on products and services, majority strongly agree that it led to introduction of new products and services, that is online services. Based on technology, majority of customers led to embodiment of new technologies. Based on employees,
Ma'am, could
majority
you
of
please conclude, ma'am?
Yes, just a minute. The findings of ANOVA states that there is no significant difference in satisfaction level of customer before and after COVID-19 outbreak, according to the findings of ANOVA. And also in the case of employee satisfaction, there is no significant difference in the findings of ANOVA. So the conclusion is that the study reveals that the performance of banks showed no difference. There is no difference in satisfaction level of both customers and employees. Both the customers and employees face some problems which can be avoided if given due attention. Overall, the study concludes by saying that performance, perception, and other aspects of customers and employees are more or less the same. Government and policy makers should implement more measures for smooth functioning of banking function so that they act as a way to reap economies. Okay, and thank you all for giving me an opportunity to present my paper in this webinar. I'm hereby concluding my words. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so the next presenter is M. Sudha. She is from Sri Krishna Aditya College of Arts and Science, and the title of the paper is Impact of COVID-19 on Indian Economy. I invite M. Sudha.
M. Sudha ma'am.
Yes, sir, I am present.
Yes.
Is my PPT is visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Now it's visible, ma'am. You can continue.
Okay. So my topic is about impact of COVID-19 on Indian economy. Myself, Sudha from Sri Krishna Aditya College of Arts and Science. Initially, I will give you some introduction about my topic. So the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, it is an unpredicted shock to the Indian economy, and the economy was already in a parlous state before the COVID-19 struck. So with this prolonged countrywide lockdown, the global economic downturn and associated disruption of demand and supply chains. So in this paper, I will be describing about the state of the Indian economy in pre-COVID-19 period, accessing the potential impact of the shock on various segments of the economy. So sector-wise impact, the first one, it is the agriculture. Horticulture, it is a predominant one as indicated by certain reports. A normal of around one ranger is ending it, all for each 30 minutes because of obligation. And today's circumstance of agribusiness, it has gotten so more regrettable than prior, that lack of recap work. Second one is the tourism. More than 1 lakh of individuals in India rely upon the travel industry for occupation. Though in today from Chandni Chowk showcase in Delhi till rushy streets of Charminar have arrived at the top positions. Then it is trade, import and fare are consistently different sides of a coin, that is exchange. Because of exchange decreases, flying the international flights are influencing with extraordinary hit. Then it is textile industry. Material industry was on acceptable climb beforehand, yet now circumstances have changed something else and were running in incredible misfortunes. Then electronics, India, it is a significant shipper of hardware. So the majority of the electronic things that are imported presently, it will lie in stockpiles due to certain circumstances, and their upkeep has become more prominent. Then it is automobiles. By and large, about lakhs of vehicles and bicycles it would be delivered each year by the businesses. However, starting at now, not so much as a solitary industry is open for creation. Then it is real estate. Land organizations have stopped up since most reason. A couple of weeks, all the development work have arrived at stop due to different reasons. Then it is about software. There are numerous product ventures uncovered in each edge of the general public. These product labels are presently focusing on the telecommute extents. However, sitting and working for longer hours may influence them as Then it is about the education and transport. Education in COVID-19, likewise, it had a predominant effect over understudies. And about the transport railroads, it is another significant corner, which is all things considered influenced. Then I will conclude my paper. Last but not the least, two divisions of society are being affected to the superlative stage during this pandemic. They are poor and middle class. These sessions, they are now workless, and some middle class of the elderly may be nil at their bank balance, leading them to starvation. So in such pandemic situations, some people, they are helping the people by nominating so by donating the groceries, etc. So on behalf, we salute to those hands that are leading forward to feed the empty stomachs of needy and poor in such difficult situations for their humanistic deeds. So thank you for giving me an opportunity in this conference.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, we shall move to the fourth.
Yes, ma'am. So the next presenter, in fact, the group of presenters are Hiranya Kumar Mahanta, Mr. Sitaram Das, and Mr. Sandeep Kumar Patnaik. They are from North Orissa University and BB College, and the title of their paper is COVID-19, Financial Challenges for Capacity Building of Faculty Members with Special Reference to Higher Education Institutions in the Mayurbhanj district affiliated to North Orissa University, Orissa, India. So I invite any of you to please present the paper.
Yes, sir. I'm present.
Please go on, please.
So will you share your screen, sir? Sir, we will share on your behalf, sir.
Madam, please share the screen.
Okay.
Sir, just a minute, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, go, 1 minute.
I'm sharing.
Yeah, I am sharing. Ganesh, wait.
Okay.
Is it visible?
Yes. Yes.
Screen is visible, but PowerPoint presentation is not visible.
It will take just a minute. It's processing. I think it has come now. Sir, is it visible now?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Visible.
Yes.
Yes, visible.
Sir, you can start, sir.
Good afternoon.
Make it in full screen mode.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Yeah.
I am Sri
Is it fine now?
Research Scholar. No. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you can continue, sir.
Okay. Due to the COVID-19, the entire education system was locked down from the March 2020, and the government, madam, first screen, first slide, no, madam, first slide. Madam, back to the beginning. No. Thank you, madam.
Okay.
Most of the India is the second largest populated country in the world. And then, due to COVID-19, most of the countries of the world have followed only lockdown as one step to prevent the spreading of the COVID disease to the people without disturb हो रहा है.
Sir, what's the problem, sir? This is the screen, na? You need.
Okay. Most of the countries of the world have followed only lockdown to stop or the prevent the spreading of the disease. the spreading of the same can be prevented by following the some guidelines issued by WHO or the Indian Health Department, Government of India, that is social distancing, hand hygiene, stay at home, and use of face mask, etc. The Government of India had also announced lockdown all over the country from 24th March to 2020 of the first phase, then it was extended till now. That means the process is going on. So the next slide, ma'am. The entire education system was locked from the March 2020, and in particularly in India, our higher education system is only face to face or in the classroom mode, except some have distance mode or online few, just like Indira Gandhi National University, some limited. But due to COVID-19, the entire education system of the students are inside the house or inside their home to prevent their life from the pandemic. So the teachers, students, as well as the guardians thought about the new education system. That means the online education system was developed to manage the teaching process through using information and communication technology. Next slide, ma'am. Method of alternative teaching process was thought and tried to teach the students through information and communication technology. The education provided in our college or university level is known as the tertiary education, and the face-to-face mode is inside the classroom or virtual or at a distance. The virtual education is trying to maintain the present situation by involving faculty, students, parents through e-learning or using learning process through information communication technology. The capacity building of the faculty members, of the faculties, as well as the higher educational institutions may be emphasized for making the program successful one. Next slide. The aim of the study was the need of the capacity building of the faculty for online or e-learning or virtual education in the area. The need of infrastructure to the faculty members to implement the online or e-learning is also examined in this study. The need of the infrastructure to the students, parents to access the online education or virtual education is also emphasized in this study. Next one. Next slide one. As for the present study, the affiliated colleges of North Odisha University was taken into consideration, and the total 731 teaching faculties were taken into consideration. As per their qualification, 463, that means 63.3% are only PG degree, 24.9% MPhil, and 11.8% are PhD degree. From this, we conclude that the most of the teaching faculties engaged in the different higher educational institutions under North Odisha University in the Mayurbhanj districts are only PG degree. The higher educational qualification is less in number. Next slide, ma'am.
Sir, you're left with just 1 minute, sir. Please conclude if you want.
Next.
Yes, sir.
Next slide, ma'am. If we compare the teaching experience, then 73.5% are within 10 years of teaching experience, whereas 12.3% are 10 to 20 years, and 10% are 20 to 30, and 4.2% teaching faculty members have above 30 years of teaching experience. They are next, madam.
Sir, please conclude, sir.
Next slide, ma'am. The challenges for capacity building, technical skill and infrastructure facilities, information and communication technology, language of teaching as a barrier, then challenges for financial stress among the students.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Government and
Sir, I
management.
kindly request you to finish it because we are running short of time.
Short of time, sir.
And we have already exceeded the time.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
sir.
Thanks
Thank
a
you,
lot,
sir.
Okay, so the next presenter is Dr. Bishnu Narayan Sethi. He is from Lakshmi Narayan Degree College and his title of paper is Banking Sector Performance During COVID-19 Crisis. I invite Dr. Sethi.
Vishnu Narayan, sir, are you present there? If you are present, sir, please raise your hand.
I think he is absent.
Is absent? Okay.
Yes, he is absent.
Okay, so we go ahead with Jay Shri Das and Srijita Datta. They are from Pondicherry University and THK Jain College. And the title of the paper is COVID-19 and Mutual Fund SIP Investors, a Study of Stress. Any of the
Jayashree Das.
writers? Okay, Jay Shri Das, right.
Yes, ma'am. Jayashree ma'am, you can present now.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, will you present yourself or you want us to play the
I'm
PPT,
presenting
ma'am?
the screen, ma'am.
Okay, okay.
Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It's
Okay.
visible, ma'am. Yes.
Our paper is titled COVID-19 and Mutual Fund SIP Investors, a study of stress. The Indian mutual fund industry has witnessed considerable growth since the year 1963. But along with growth, there is always an uncertainty in case of return. And wherever there is uncertainty, there is stress. And the stress is high due to the pandemic. A stress test associated with the investments to a specific risk has been conducted to check how it is likely to returns. If we time to time measure the rate of damage, we will know how to counter it during a crisis and reduce the effect of risk return damage. And here lays the importance of this paper. Our objective in this study is to study the stress and the anxiety level of SIP investors during lockdown phase 2 and 3 with special reference to private sector employees of Kolkata belonging to the age group 27 to 55 years. We have used the survey approach and we have used the BAI and PSS questionnaire booklet. Our sample size is 100 and convenient sampling method has been used. We have found from our studies that both the average BAI score is high among both male and female, but it is slightly higher in case of female. We have also found that even the average PSS score is also high persistently among both male and female, with female at a much higher rate. We have found that the potential concerning level of both anxiety and stress is higher during phase 2 and 3 of lockdown in case of both stress and anxiety. Here we can see in the screen that 72% of the female are suffering from potential concerning level of anxiety, while it is 57% in case of male. Only a very few people are suffering from low concerning level. In most of the cases, it is persistently higher, and it is higher in case of female than the male. The age of 100 respondents, they lie between 27 to 55 years, and their monthly income of the respondents ranges between 15,000 to 35,000. All respondents are employed and all are employees of the private sector belonging to Kolkata, and all of them have investment in SIP. We have found, we have already shown in my graphs that between 15th April 20 to 15th May 2020 lockdown phase 2 and 3, both the BAI and PSS score is high, reflecting potentially concerning level of anxiety. So, mental disorders are commonly associated with cardiovascular, metabolic, and some other infectious diseases. High level of stress, anxiety, thus has adverse impact on both health and mind, disturbing the synchronization of body and mind. Imbalance makes an individual confused, irrational, and such a person can quite often take a wrong investment decision. Here we have found that 73% of the respondents have redeemed during lockdown, which have proved to be wrong decision after market correction on and during unlock phase. Especially in low middle income setting, it has also been founded that the anxiety stress is caused by the imminent risk of infection or economic uncertainty. Stresses and anxiety level among women are more than men. Here we
Ma'am,
conclude
please
that
conclude, ma'am.
tax,
Yes.
yes, ma'am, that tax benefits, high return, price, and capital appreciation have been the major factors which the investors have looked into while investing in mutual fund. But volatility in the market, deterioration in the health sectors, sudden change in normal course of business, and above all, the fear and loss of employment, salary reduction, fear of retrenchment have created anxiety and stress among the small investors, resulting into the loss of rationality. So, to reduce stress and anxiety and to increase loyalty, trust among investors, proper information and knowledge should be provided for them. Financial consultants must ensure more transparency. Mutual fund product designers have to craft strategies to improve the scope of SIP. Orientation programs can be conducted, and this shall reduce the panic. And if the panic reduces, it shall help maintain the popularity of SIP among the middle class group. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. The next
So,
participant, ma'am.
yeah, so now we move on to the next participant. That is Prasanta Jaising from Department of Business Administration, Utkal University. And the title of the paper is COVID-19 Pandemic Impact Analysis in Banking and Insurance Industry.
Unfortunately, ma'am, Prashant sir won't be
Yes,
able to
yes.
present, ma'am. Yeah, he is in the hospital, ma'am.
Oh,
He can't present, ma'am.
okay,
That's
okay.
sad. Oh, so
Yes,
we
ma'am.
move on to the next one. That is Biswa Chinte and D.K. Das from Lakhimpur Commerce College, Assam. The topic is COVID-19 and lockdown impact on digital banking in India.
Yes, ma'am.
Uh, is it
Yes,
Mr.
yes, ma'am.
Chinte?
Yes, ma'am. I'll present,
Okay.
ma'am.
Oh,
Okay,
fine,
okay,
fine.
sir. Fine, sir.
Okay, now you can
Okay, okay,
present, sir.
okay, okay. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, sir. Okay. So,
Please, please share your.
good afternoon to all. Yes.
Sir, please
Okay,
share
okay.
your
Yeah,
screen,
Please
sir.
okay.
share your screen. Please share your screen.
It is visible?
No,
No.
no, sir.
No, no,
Okay,
no,
okay.
no.
Okay,
Still
okay.
not, sir.
I will pick.
Uh, click on the share screen.
Yes.
You then.
Okay, okay.
Yes, yes.
Yes, okay. Okay, it is visible now, sir.
No, sir, still not.
Yes, it is visible.
No.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can continue.
Yes,
Sir.
okay.
It's visible now.
Okay. So the topic is COVID-19 and lockdown impact on digital banking in India. This paper is presented by Vishwasint and on behalf of my group Dikanto Kumar Das. Okay.
So can you full screen the yes PPT, sir?
Okay.
Full screen, sir.
Make it in
Now?
full screen.
Mm,
It is in.
yes.
Yes,
Sir. Yes, sir. It's fine now, sir. You can continue, sir.
Okay, thank you. So the word of digital banking is introducing the new channel of distribution to the economy, and it's performed the autodynamic role in a global economy. So digital banking is the eliminating the many problems associated with the transaction. So such as such like a saving of time, chance of the loss or damage of case, etc. So if the comparison the traditional and modern banking system, there are many paperwork, errors, and rechecking, etc. Take many times in a traditional system. But there are significant changes in a modern digital banking system. This is that less effort, less time, and accurate result, and high safety of transaction and customer satisfaction, and work from the same places. So that make the modern banking transaction a drastic change. So digital banking not only does change the customer appearance, it also the change impact in the business organization, economic organization, service organization, and social organization, political, and so on. So objective of the paper is we have so the three objectives. The first one is that to analyze the impact on COVID-19 on digital banking in India. So next is that this to show the role of digital banking, how helpful for customers, and conclude. Next is to conclude the finding of the studies. And this paper is based on this paper is based on a secondary data. So we have used the two method, and frequency distribution method and descriptive method. And also they collected data from the report of government and others, public and private sector bank website and government report, journal and newspaper, and audio, video, and social media reports. So to complete the study aspect. So some findings of the study. Reported that there are 42% Indian have used the digital banking, which is rapidly increased as compared to the pre-lockdown time. At the same time, the reported that Paytm, Google are the highest digital payment apps that using by customers in a time of the COVID-19. So many retailers, e-commerce, and local storekeeper has said the major numbers of customers has using purchase of essential goods and service with contactless digital payment system. So we have represent one tables. So they're seeing that the user of the digital banking apps, the VIM is seen the 6%, and Paytm as highly used and 33%, and Google Pay is a 14%. It's a Phone Pay is a 4%, and Amazon a 10%, and others is a 33%. So also another report we have. So this is that as well, Reserve Bank reported that the digital banking transaction rapidly rise from 32% bank RTGS in March 2020. The report said that total value of the RTGS transaction rose to the 34% all over the all Indian banks, which is 120.47 lakh crore in the month of the March, which is only 89.9 lakhs crore in a month of the February. The report clearly revealed that the digital transaction rapidly rise after the announcement of lockdown of the country. At the same time, Reserve Bank has said that the physical money transaction like to face-to-face cash withdrawal and the cash withdrawal from the ATM using by plastic cards has been goes down significantly. The report you have represent on tables that the compared to March and April, the debit card
please
users
conclude, sir.
yes, ma'am.
So you can conclude, sir.
55% to in April 44%, and credit card is 70% and digital were is 42% to 32%. So next is that in my observation of the studies that studies have observed that the major observation the COVID-19 lockdown impactfully increased this user which payments possible with a contactless and offering a 24/7 hour service means of anytime and anywhere. And others is impact for services that this decrease the self payment which is not possible without a physical contact as well as the anytime and anywhere. In my in a conclusion, I conclude the COVID-19 pandemic situation has been continuously affecting all the daily activities of the human lives. The undue circumstance not only the adversely impact on the living style of the people, it has directly affected in the source of the income of the societies. So many people have lost their job, students have lost their education, business organization are lost their position, etc. The present study paper is try to show the how to banking sectors offer their service in a COVID-19 pandemic situation. From this, I conclude.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Ma'am, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. We can move to the next one.
Yeah, so moving on to the next one, we have Sovik Mukherjee and Sneha Singh from Xavier's University, and the title of their paper is Chalking Out India's Recovery Post COVID-19, Fusillade of Questions. So I invite any of the writers.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible,
Yes.
sir.
Can I share my screen? I'll be
Yes,
present.
yes, yes. Please,
Yes, sir. You can.
Yeah. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir. Sir, make it full screen, sir.
Yes. I've made it full screen.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir.
Huh.
Yeah, it's visible, sir.
It is okay. A very good afternoon to Dr. Devika, Dr. Sabat, and all the organizing members for inviting us. So I'll not generate negative externality for my co-presenters, and I'll try to quickly wrap it up. The first of all, in what background we wrote this paper was we under the subhead of government policies and how do we kind of take it up, the challenges that come in India's recovery. Now, first of all, I'll be dividing my paper into two parts. One is there is a theoretical model that we have developed, and we argue for the need of helicopter money. That's number one. And number two, the beginning of the paper, I'll not waste much time on that because many of our esteemed panelists and guest speakers have already spoken on the package dynamics and what is there in the package. So I'll not go into the details of that, but I'll rather try to focus more on the India's recovery and the need for helicopter money. Now, as we know, the numbers are rising from today it's 5.99 million with 94,503 deaths. But we are much more worried about the recovery plan with India's growth rate contracting around 24% in the first quarter as per estimates. I think there is a need. And why do we refer to this age-old concept of helicopter money, which was once prophesied by Professor Milton Friedman? Now, what is helicopter money? I'll just take a few seconds to explain that. It's not a loan from the RBI, but it's basically when the central bank or the Reserve Bank tries to monetize the fiscal deficits of the government without any conditionality, without imposing any kind of conditionality, just simply monetize. And this fund can be used for direct cash transfer to the public. Now, the second question that should come up is, why are we arguing in these terms? It's because of a simple reason. If you go by the package, I'll just take you to the package without wasting much time. It's kind of 10% of India's GDP. That's the official figure. But if you look at the package, the first thing is RBI measures 8,01,603 crore. Now, this part is an RBI measure. It's not a part of government's fiscal policy that we are talking about. Why are we talking in these terms? Because adding up fiscal policy and monetary policy are not the same. Apples and oranges cannot be added up, but the government has done the same, done exactly that by adding up fiscal policy with monetary policy. Now, just look at the numbers. From 17 lakhs, if I take out 8 lakhs, it will be somewhere kind of 9 lakhs which remain. Now, exactly going by the figures which Barclays came up with, government's treasury, spending from government treasury is roughly 1.5% of GDP and not 10% of GDP. Now, why are we talking like this? It's because I'll show you something. Using the theoretical model that we have developed, if you kindly look at the table, it's a simple Keynesian model, C plus I plus G, consumption, investment, expenditure by the government, and net exports. You will be surprised. This is the figure that we have got. This is exactly 23.9 that has come up in Q1 estimate. Look at the government figure, it's only 16%, and look at the change in the consumer spending that has got affected, minus 27%, investment minus 47%. Now, I think I'm making my point clear why I want and why we are stressing on the need for helicopter money, because there is an indirect multiplier effect which will work from G to C and I, and there lies the need. But in India, sadly, there is no foolproof mechanism to give this direct cash transfer. Why, you ask me? First, NGNREGS does not take into account the class of urban poor, the MSME sector, the class of self-employed. PM Kisan ignores the landless laborer. So which scheme do you, through which scheme you give this money? That's number one. Number two, people will definitely question, and I will end with this, that why the government is encouraging funding from the RBI. RBI has already contributed a ransom to the government. But why are we not satisfied with that? It's because of a simple reason. With the monetary policy in place.
So please conclude, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Just give me 60 seconds. So with the monetary policy in place, if the RBI injects money and gives it to the commercial bank, whom will the commercial bank lend to? In a country which experiences 24% unemployment rate in April, May, highest since independence, how will it generate demand? So there lies the need for fiscal policy, the government stimulus, which is not happening, and the need for helicopter money. That's what we are stressing for using this model, and not the way it's being done at present. And we ended our paper highlighting certain challenges, logistical, economical. Let's not go into that, but I'll end here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, we should move to the next one.
Yes, ma'am. So the next presenter is Vandana Mishra from Jiral College, and her title of the paper is State of an Unorganized Sector in Post-COVID Era and Government Policy. I invite Ms. Mishra. She's there.
Yes, ma'am. She's present, ma'am.
Good afternoon, one and all. This is Dr. Vandana Mishra, lecturer in economics. My topic is, as already said by Debika ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. State of unorganized sector in post-COVID era and government policy. Unorganized sector or informal sector are used interchangeably in India. This sector consists of enterprises which are own account enterprises and operated by the owner themselves or by employing hired workers. These business ventures are not sufficient to make formal or organized arrangements. For example, food and vegetable vendors, laundries, barber shops, which are mostly set up in both rural and urban areas and mostly informal areas. And urban unorganized employment can be categorized into 4 parts: domestic health, home-based workers, for example, garment and laundry workers, uh, then street vendors like vegetable, fruit, and other snacks item sellers, and fourthly, the waste or rag pickers. Now, as regards the impact of COVID-19, it has really jeopardized economic stability of 150 countries. It has adversely affected the service sector like bank, restaurants, food vendor, and logistic providers. If sectoral impact is considered, highly affected sectors include services sector, food, agriculture, medium and small scale sector. Only online business has been prospered. Now, the extent of unemployment is analyzed by Chris and Punya, March 2020. Mostly continuously falling GDP combined with high rate of unemployment of unorganized sector can push 40 crores of unorganized sector workers of India into poverty. It is an estimate by International Labour Organization. And secondly, nearly 90% of the people are working in the unorganized sector, and that accounts for around 400 million workers. Thirdly, huge losses are expected across different income groups like upper income, upper middle income. Fourthly, most affected sectors are housing, food, services, manufacturing, retail, business, and administrative services. Next, global unemployment is expected to be increased by 25 million. Uh, More than 4 out of 5 people are globally affected by full or partial workplace closures. Nearly 2 billion people work in unorganized sector worldwide, and mostly in developing countries who are at risk. So focus should be on 4 areas. First, supporting enterprises. Secondly, employment and income. Thirdly, stimulating the economy and jobs. Fourthly, protecting workers at the place of work. Now, what are the major effects of the worldwide effects can be summarized in 3 points. First, recession. World GDP has reduced to 3%. Second, massive job loss, where 122 million Indians have lost their jobs. Thirdly, large-scale migration. Nearly 5 million labor force in India have already migrated. And you can see from the slides that during the first quarter of 2018, there was 7.9% of GDP growth trajectory, and it was reduced to just 3.1% by the fourth quarter of 2020. Now, similarly, there is severe output loss over 2020, which accounts for about $9 trillion. Now, what are the general effects of lockdown? First, restriction on movement. Second, social distancing. Third, closing up of educational institutions. Fifth, isolation. And then closure of offices. And new restrictions on transportation again. Next, what are the effects of lockdown on unorganized sector? First, unorganized or informal sector provides around 45% of GDP and employs 90% of the workforce. And sudden lockdown has severely impacted on low income groups like daily wage earners and domestic help. Thirdly, the workers have no savings and no immediate financial support availability. And it led to migration to villages, which resulting in further pressure on rural economy. Now it has already observed.
Ma'am, please conclude, ma'am.
Yes, 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 ma'am. Just
Vandana, ma'am, please
yeah,
conclude.
yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, there are several packages for unorganized sectors. Most important is Atmanirbhar package, and for unorganized sectors, there is especially daily wage workers and urban and rural poor has been emphasized, and several packages has been given through Kisan credit cards, and for fishermen, food and shelter is also provided to migrant workers. And this policy 5 pages, that these are mostly the main points are already you can see from the slides given by the government, and to uplift the economic status of poorest of the poor. To sum up, COVID-19 has created a gloomy situation. The main challenges before the economic leaders is to bring the economy back to its track without putting public health at risk. As aptly said by Mr. Nikunj Dalmia, managing editor of Economics Times, that we should focus on 21-22 rather than on 2020, which will be a history just after a few months. even if we are recovering gradually and painfully, but let's hope that terrible not become good, but terrible will become okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Now we move on to the next presentation, and the presenter is Bhugu Suvarchulu from Akineni Nageshwara Rao College, and the title of the paper is Customer Experience Towards Banking Services During COVID-19, a Study. So, Mr. Bhugu.
Mr. Bugu is, are you present there, sir? So if you're present, please raise your hand, sir.
I think he's absent.
He's absent.
Okay, fine. Then we move on to the next one. That is Subramaya Nayak.
Yes, ma'am.
And he's from Department of Commerce. And the topic is testing the weak form of market efficiency during COVID-19.
Yes, Subramanian. Yes.
Subramaya Nayak.
Yes, ma'am. She is present, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, Subramanian. Madam, I have made a co-host. Now you can present.
Ma'am, would you like us to share your PPT, ma'am? Shubramaya, ma'am, please unmute yourself, ma'am.
I have already made her.
Yeah, she has. She has been made the co-host, but she's not unmuting. Shubramaya, ma'am, please unmute yourself. Oh no, she's there, but she's not unmuting. Shubramaya Nayak, ma'am, are you there, ma'am? Please unmute yourself.
Okay. We will move ahead. Yes. No, she is not.
She has left.
She has left.
No, she has again come. Shubramaya Nayak, ma'am, please unmute yourself, ma'am.
Subramanian Nayak. Okay.
Is it possible on our part to unmute her?
No, ma'am. We are asking her to unmute. Yes, ma'am. Shubramaya Nayak, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Sure, Shubramaya Nayak, ma'am.
Thank you, madam. Good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
No, ma'am. Actually, my name is Mr. Subramanian Nayak. Hello.
Oh, okay, sir. Sorry to.
Okay,
hello, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Sorry for the.
Mr. Subramanian Nayak.
Okay, please. So, will you share your screen, sir, or sir, we'll share it on your behalf?
No, no, I want to share. I want to.
Okay, okay, sir.
Please,
You can
sir,
continue, sir. Please.
Please allow me.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. So you can share your screen, sir.
Ma'am, actually, I'm facing some network. Ma'am, actually.
Sir, shall I do it on your behalf?
This is not thing. Okay, okay. No, we can share.
Okay, sir. So just a minute, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Actually, good afternoon, all. My name is Subramanian Nayak, scholar, Barampur University. And actually, today I am going to present my topic on testing weak form of market efficiency during the COVID-19. Actually, am I audible? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir, you're audible. Sir, you are able to see the screen, sir?
Okay, okay.
Sir, I have shared the screen, sir.
Actually, ma'am,
Yes,
I'm facing some network issue for this. Okay, ma'am. So actually now I'm going to present my topic, the testing weak form of market efficiency during COVID-19. Actually, in this topic, it is basically combination of two words, that is weak form of market efficiency and the COVID-19. And actually, the COVID-19 was first detected on 31st December, and it is declared by the pandemic by WHO on 11 March. Actually, due to the increasing rate of government declared or announced the past 21 days lockdown on 24th March. Actually, the coronavirus or the COVID-19 has affected almost all the sectors in India as well as in the world. Actually, in India, the stock market has also affected by this coronavirus. And as you know that the efficient market hypothesis, one of the most debatable concept in the stock market. Actually, the efficient market hypothesis says that the share price reflects all the information related to that means the shares are always traded on their fair value. Actually, the efficient market hypothesis, we can find there are three forms or the three types of efficient market hypothesis, that is weak form and the semi-strong and the strong form of efficient market hypothesis. The weak form of efficient market is the
I think there is some connectivity.
future price. And in the semi-strong form of efficiency, it incorporates all the publicly available data related, including the annual report, the press release, and the announcement related to the company. And the strong form of efficient market reflects all the publicly also includes the informations. So actually nowadays the regulators, that is SEBI, has taken many more steps to bring efficiency in the market, like introduction of derivative, online trading, dematerialization of shares, like that. Actually, in this study, though the COVID-19 is a new concept, so for this reason, not many more studies have been conducted on this topic. Few of few of researchers has conducted their studies on this paper, but actually most of them, they found that the coronavirus is actually in this study. I have tried to find out the efficiency of the Indian stock market. Actually, here I have collected the secondary data. The data has been collected from the website of BSC and NSC, and the 6 months data has been collected from 1st January to 30th June. And in this study, I have used unit root method, the Ron test, and various test. I have taken two hypotheses. One is the data is for the stationarity, and for second one for the random walk. Actually, so that the I found by doing the unit root test, that is the KPSS test, I found that the data is not stationary at level. That means the stationary data provides assured and relevant result. So for this reason, I converted the data into fast difference and test it again. And in the I found that in the fast difference, the data is stationary. So now I can get the assured and reliable result by testing for the fast difference data. So after that, I test the Ron and variance ratio test to test the random walk. And in both the and Nifty, both are showing a random walk. That means the price, they are moving independently. So from this study, I can conclude that though the market indices are following a random walk in both the tests, so I can conclude that the market is efficient during the COVID-19 period. So thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, now we move on to the last presenter, Miss Annapurna Sahu. She is from Khalikote University, and the Kalikoti College, sorry, and the title is COVID-19 and Impact on Banking Sector in India. I invite Ms. Sahu to present her paper.
Annapurna ma'am, can you please unmute yourself, ma'am?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible, ma'am. Ma'am, will you share your screen or ma'am, shall we do it on your behalf, ma'am?
Yes, you will share because I'm some network issues.
Okay.
So, okay.
Okay, ma'am. You give me just a minute. I'm just sharing the screen.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome, ma'am. Ma'am, is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, it is visible.
Yes, ma'am. You can start, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. A very good afternoon to one and all. And I start my topic that is COVID-19 and impact on banking sector in India. As we know, COVID-19 is the biggest pandemic to the world has faced in this century. Almost all the service sectors such as banking, financial sector, mutual fund, insurance, all are affected badly in this pandemic situations. So not only the world, but also not only the India, but also whole world are affected by the pandemic situation. So COVID-19 has already had a big impact on the worldwide financial markets, including India, and it's going to have bad impact on the banking sector. Coronavirus continues to spread and more information yet to comes. The banking sector with 31st March 2020 year ends has already affected the business. COVID-19 may impact the banking sector during a significant way, particularly in their profitability. As we know, profit is the main goal of all business or all organizations. So COVID-19 affect the profit basically. So my objective is to understand the rationale behind spread of coronavirus and to understand the challenge faced by the bankers. Thirdly, to understand the effect of coronavirus on the expansion of economy. So just I will discuss a brief history of coronavirus. As we all are know about the coronavirus, it was first detected in Wuhan within the Hubei province of China, and in December 2019 came to India, but came to India in 29 January 2020. So I'll not take much time to discuss the history of coronavirus. And then I'm switch over to review of literature. I have collected some review of literatures from various journals. Then my basic point is impact of coronavirus on banking sectors. So coronavirus affect the profitability, liquidity, solvency, working capital, goodwill, all. Then and profitability, profit is the measure of overall efficiency of a bank. The upper the profit, the more efficient the business undertaken. As the return on assets is reduced, thanks to the lockdown and shutdown period in our country, it directly affects the profitability of the banks. So it is a criticism to our profit. So liquidity is the ability of the organizations to face the short-term needs. Uninterrupted flow of funds is important to satisfy these obligations. But the lockdown and shutdown situations within the country, its defaults may have increased substantially within the banks. Then solvency. Solvency connotes the power to satisfy the future obligations. Spreading coronavirus affects the solvency position of the banks. Customers are not coming to the bank for depositing their savings for their life risk. So Ultimately, this is the example future obligations of the banking sector and thereby affect the graceful fluctuating of the banks and also the expansion of the economy. Then goodwill. Goodwill may be a fixed assets. All or no goodwill is the fixed assets of a company, and banks at the present are ranked on the idea of their profits. High level of spreading coronavirus reduces the profitability of the banks, which naturally reduces the goodwill of the banks. Once goodwill is adversely affected, investors won't show their interest to take a position within the shares of the bank, and public also hesitate to deposit their surplus within the bank.
Ma'am,
Then,
please conclude, ma'am.
yes, I'll conclude. Then next 2 points are working capital and cost of management. As time doesn't permit me, so I conclude my chapter that the unavoidable coronavirus situation causes many problems for not only the people of India, but also the entire world. The longer terms the banking during this context has two implications. First, banks will need to operate during an economic system, hours with liquidity and with interest rates that are reasonably low. Secondly, the government are going to be a key player within the financial sector, both as a borrowers and the risk. Thank you all. Lastly, I conclude, stay home, stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Smriti, ma'am?
Yes, Sonalika?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, presentations are over, ma'am.
Okay. So with this, we come
Please
to the end of
stop the screen sharing.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So with this, we come to the end of our paper presentations. Now, I would like to hand over to Professor Mahendra Kumar Mishra, who would speak a few words on the overall webinar. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Smriti madam. So thank you everybody for this seminar. So in the second session, we have resource persons like Dr. Devika, Assistant Professor, VN Group of College, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, and also now the postdoctoral fellow of ICSSR, New Delhi. So thank you, Devika madam, for your kind consent and organizing the second session. Thank you very much. And the second resource person, Dr. Sabhat Kumar Digal, Associate Professor of Commerce and Management, Department of Commerce, Ramadevi Women's University, Bhubaneswar. Thank you, Digal sir, for your kind consent and managing the second technical session, the paper presentation session. So thank you very much for your consent. So in this seminar, so we have conducted two sessions. In the first session, the inaugural session and panel discussion session, we have the resource persons like Dr. Samson Maharana. He has also highlighted different aspects of financial matters which are facing by our country due to the pandemic situation. And basically he highlighted the matter on the micro level, that the middle class people, how they are suffering in this COVID-19 situation. So they focus on this matter. And the second speaker, the chief guest of our session was CA Navendu Biswal. He was also highlighted regarding the overall financial situation uh, of our country, and also how the world is also facing the financial crisis situation. And the third guest of honor was Dr. P.K. Hota, Prabodh Kumar Hota, the professor of Utkal University. He also highlighted about the banking sector, how the banking sector is affected by this coronavirus, that is COVID-19 pandemic situation. And lastly, the keynote speaker, Dr. Indrakanti Sekhar, he has also highlighted the impact of COVID-19, that is the impact of lockdown throughout the country for 2 to 3 months, how the micro level they face the problems. And by this way, we have covered the first technical session. In the second technical session, we have the paper presentations. A total of 14 participants, they have presented their paper. So basically, all the papers which are presented, they are focused on different aspects of the economic or financial sector. Basically, most of the papers, they are presented on banking sector, and some papers are also from organized, unorganized sectors and mutual fund sectors and sectors from Indian economy, how COVID-19 affects the Indian economy. So for which government also declared some different packages from time to time to organize, to streamline the different sectors which are faced due to the COVID-19. And also how the banking sector, which is mostly affected, that is digital banking, is also grown up. Most of the transactions they are doing through online. So this is also a part of the paper presentations. So by the way, we have covered the 14 papers. So in our college, this is the first webinar which is conducted by Department of Commerce. Uh, Besides that, some other department, they have also conducted only 1 or 2 hours. So we have conducted this webinar for a day long. So from 10 to 5 p.m. So this is one of the achievement for our department, that we are organizing such kind of webinars, and different kinds of resource persons, eminent resource persons, they have also deliberated their speech in this webinar. So in this webinar, we have presented only 14 participants. We have also planned to publish the papers in a edited book form, having ISBN numbers. So in near future, we also provide a copy to each paper presentations. So for that, we will charge a nominal amount. So for meeting the postal expenditures. So by the way, we have covered all these aspects. So now I request Smriti Rekha madam to conclude the remarks regarding the declaration of the best presentation.
Thank you so much, sir. So now we have come to the much awaited time where we are going to declare the best paper presenter. And to announce the best paper presenter award, we have with us Professor Dr. Sabat Kumar Digal. Though all the presentations have been really intriguing, and we gained a lot of insight, but since we had to choose one winner, so I would like to ask Professor Digal to announce the best paper. Hello, sir. Sir, can you hear us? Hello. Professor Sabat Kumar Digal, sir, can you hear us? Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I would like to request you to kindly announce the best paper presenter.
Thank you. So Dr. Mahendra Kumar Mishra, the head of the department, Dr. Elena Kanungo, Dr. Shmitrika Sahu, Ms. Sonalika Pati, my co-resource person and the one who has taken the maximum trouble of inviting all the paper presenters, Dr. Devika Agawal, all the paper presenters and the organizers. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. I really reiterate the fact that webinar was very enriching, and I really congratulate all the paper presenters. you had come out with different ideas, and you have collected data within the short span of time. You have used different techniques, and we really enjoyed. I have been enriched. But as in the presentations, always there is one winner. So I have the pleasure of announcing the name of the winner. Winner in a sense, the best paper presenter is it goes to Souvik Mukherjee and Sneha Singh. They have presented a paper on chalking out India's recovery post COVID-19, a fusillade of questions. So congratulations, Souvik Mukherjee. So best paper presentation award.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Congratulations. Over to you, organizers.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you. And I congratulate the winners. Congratulations. So now I request all the attendees who are there to kindly fill up the feedback form, which is very important for the issuance of certificate, participation certificate. Now I hand over to my colleague, Dr. Elena Kanungo, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, Smriti. Gratitude makes sense of your past, brings peace for today, and creates a vision for tomorrow. Good afternoon, one and all present over here. As all good things comes to an end in life, so is the webinar. I, on behalf of PG Department of Commerce, S.C.S. Autonomous College, Puri, would like to propose a vote of thanks to those who have directly and indirectly contributed to this webinar on financial sector amidst COVID-19, perspective, policies, and strategies. At the outset, I would like to thank my guide and mentor, Dr. Sabat Kumar Jigal sir, for highlighting insights from current pandemic situations. As usual, your speech brought new insights from current research. Your talks always motivate researchers to bring newness to their thought process, sir. We are really enlightened with your knowledge and presence. I want to extend my deep gratitude to Dr. Devika, a postdoctoral scholar and a soft skill trainer in Jaipur, Rajasthan. I want to compliment you on your lucid presentation, ma'am. It was very relevant to the current scenario. Please accept our thanks for such a great presentation. I would like to thank our principal, ma'am, Dr. Sujata Mishra, for her enthusiastic support and belief in us. I would extend a heartfelt thanks to Professor M.K. Mishra, the HOD of our department, for extending his constant support in conducting this webinar. Sir has always been very resourceful and proactive in conducting workshops and other events, which has given us a platform to enrich ourselves and making us better organizers. This webinar would not have been possible without the help of my colleague, Mrs. Smriti Rekha Sahu. She has extended her enthusiastic support in every manner she could. Thank you, Smriti, for being so supportive and cooperative. You are a constant source of motivation and encouragement to me. The success of any event is incomplete without the involvement of persons working day in and day out. The webinar would not have been so successful without the continuous hard work and involvement of two research scholars of mine, Mr. Ganesh Prasad Panda and Mr. Sonalika Pati. Both of you are very efficient and effective in accomplishing every task assigned to you. Thanks for making me realize that I can count on both of you at any point of time. Thank you for your uninterrupted support. Our heartfelt thanks to different participants across the country for their active participation. Without you, this webinar would not have been so successful. With these warm words and a kind message, we would move to the end of today's webinar. Thank you. We have literally come to an end. We are looking forward to have such association in future.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
To everyone.
So much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Participants, please fill the feedback form. It is already shared in your chat box. Chat box টা না 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 হ্যাঁ কর হ্যাঁ আমি করে দেছি হ্যাঁ করে দেছি Hello.